Hello.
Hello. I didn't freeze this time. I'm not like frozen right at the beginning. I'm at an awkward angle. Let me just adjust. My head was a little tilted.
I'm at, yeah, I feel that. Okay, there we go. I think I fixed myself too.
Minnie, hello.
Hello.
This is a Minnie from the Halloween server.
Oh, hi. Yeah. Thank you for joining.
We are starting out less scuffed than usual. Oh yeah, this is my best friend, by the way, Lila.
Hello. I love podcasts. Well, this podcast is definitely not like a normal I don't know, I feel like that we just have so many random tangents and other random shit that it spirals sometimes. It's so weird. You don't sound noticeably sick right now.
Yeah, cause my voice is much better as long as I stay in the lower register of my voice. If I try to be like high voiced at all, you can't hear it. I'm like squeaky, and actually it kind of just disappears, honestly.
I feel that. I feel so bad. Like, I was not around you at all, but you still got, like...
Thank you for following, Minnie. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for following.
Yeah, I know. You got me sick through the computer screen. That's kind of whack. That's kind of whack, bro.
I sent you my sickness via internet.
Or maybe you got my nephew sick, and then he got me sick. Maybe that's what happened. Somehow you got my nephew sick. Somehow.
Somehow.
Yeah, we're both sick now, puppy, so.
Well, okay, I'm like 98% better. I still have small coughing fits here and there, but they're super, super rare. I'm feeling so much better, especially compared to Sero.
Yeah, my cough is pretty bad. I just downed like 3 cough drops, so hopefully I'm good for a little bit. We'll see.
We're making it through.
It gets worse at night too, so I'm like waiting for the moment that it's like bad to happen. It's fine though. We'll live. Personally, I'd be immune to sicknesses. Personally, I wouldn't take that, okay?
Personally, I'd be immune. What is being immune to anything? I have such a weak immune system, it's not even funny.
I usually have, like, a pretty good immune system, but I don't know, man. Sicknesses you get from babies are stronger or something.
Like, yeah, babies have so many germs. They're cute, but the amount of sick people I've been around and I'm not sick.
Well, aren't you cool?
I kind of, like, my boyfriend's like that, too. Like, when I had COVID, he didn't get COVID at all. And when I had bronchitis this past, like, couple weeks, he did not get sick at all. I don't understand. I don't get it. How are people like that?
Couldn't be me.
My boyfriend, he goes to the fridge the other day, he pulls out orange juice, Sarah.
Orange juice, yes!
This is what you need. I was like, you motherfucker, you know I'm not gonna drink that.
I love that. That's why he gets my humor, man. Even though we don't talk very much and we're not, like, friends, when he makes fun of you, it's the same way I make fun of you. So it's perfect. It's like the perfect vibe. Us guys just built different. Okay.
Whatever.
You're not built different enough to sleep well. Got him. I can't say anything though, because I can't sleep either, so.
Dude, I'm so annoyed. It was not blinking when we were.
I know, it's blinking so
hard
right now.
It's only on stream. Fucking stream.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah, who falls asleep on their streams?
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Yeah, more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times.
Oh, it's okay, puppy. We still love you.
It kills me trying to call the Discord when he's asleep.
Yeah. Oh my god. That one time I called, he like answered, like he like I don't even remember. You like ignored the call, but you like muffled something. You muffled like, "Why are you calling?" And then like you rejected the call and went back to sleep. Oh my god! I was like, "What are you doing?"
I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
I was like, "Wake up! You're asleep on stream again."
I still think the dishwashing stream was just.
Oh my god!
Yes, we called you.
Yeah, and you even like acknowledged that we were calling you. You were like, "Why are you calling?" And then ignored it. And went back to sleep on stream.
Yes, like no cap. For real, on God, we called you while you were streaming because you had fallen asleep. We could still hear your YouTube videos in the background.
Yeah, we could hear everything.
You don't remember because you were asleep.
It was so funny. Oh, I'm never gonna let that like be lived down. That was great.
I think eventually we just gave up and just like, all right, good night.
Yeah. I feel like Puppy like didn't like he like shut the stream down not that long after though, right?
Yeah. It wasn't that long after that it ended, but yeah. It did happen.
I don't remember this.
There were other people in stream too.
We should have recorded it.
Oh, we should have.
Was Mochi there?
No, it was some randos, but like.
It was so funny, bro. It was so funny. Oh my god. Speaking of funny, the voices I'm gonna be trying today are gonna be absolute shit.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the police officer, bro.
I was trying to do it, but I can't upload it.
I will not be doing most voices. Well, okay, so the stories have like dialogue. So like some of them will do. I'm not gonna be able to do most of them because the most of the voices I've tried, they like heighten my cough like right away because I'm like changing like the way I'm talking. So I will see if I can do some voices, or maybe like I'll just be kind of spooky. But I don't know. We'll see.
A Midwest Kansas officer.
Yeah,
this is gonna be so hard.
I'm so excited for it.
Ma'am, calm down. I can't even take this seriously. Oh my god.
Yeah, can I just have Puppy join and then he can read all my stories? We can do one where if you do want to read creepy stories with us. That could be an idea for later.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
You could pick whichever stories you wanted, as long as, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say whatever stories you wanted.
Yeah, let's not.
I'm not going to put that out there.
Yeah.
They'd have to be reviewed first, but you could choose some. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Man, I'm already almost out of coffee.
Oh, I'm glad this is great for you, Minnie.
I can put on a creepy or creepier voice. I'm not good at the whole creepy voice thing, but we're gonna try to at least be like dramatic and shit today. Well, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, it's we'll see. I'd be delighted and honored. Oh wow.
Aw, good.
Good.
You better be. There's no other
option.
Yeah. Okay. Should I do the opening?
Go, or do you
Or
want
do
me to do
you want to do the opening?
Maybe I'll do the opening, because the closing is kind of a lot.
A lot. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do the closing.
Okay.
Okay. We got this. You got this!
Okay. Welcome to our Halloween episode for our live stream podcast series of Geektastic events. Tonight we will be diving into some spooky creepypastas and end stream with another meme-tastic tier list, memes supplied by me, Sero, of course. The creepypastas we'll be reading today are The Disappearance of Ashley, Kansas, Sonic.exe, Slenderman, Jeff the Killer, Ben Drowned, and Nina the Killer. Oh, and the Smiling Man. I forgot that one. Stick around until the end for a very important update and announcement about our podcast. If you missed the announcements, catch them on our Discord and Twitter. Did I do good?
Yay! Good job. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, creepypasta. You know, you know what's creepypasta? Those pasta memes that I send you, puppy. The Pepto pasta. That's pretty creepy.
Oh, God.
The Minecraft pasta.
Creepy.
The spaghetti margaritas.
Oh, I just realized we didn't do a Minecraft creepypasta.
Oh, we can do it another time.
In the future. In the future.
Yes, and I hated it. Don't lie. You like me sending cursed memes. But that fruity Pebbles pizza one, you gotta say, was like kind of intriguing. Kind of intriguing. I don't know. I might try it.
Kind of intriguing.
No, I don't. They are good, to be honest. Thank you, Minnie. I'm glad that you like my memes. Thank you. I like yours as well. It was not. It looked so pretty, though. Come on. The Fruity Pebbles pizza. Oh, wait, I forgot to put my meme on here. Felix.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of empty up in that corner.
There we go. There's Felix.
Kind of empty up there.
My beloved.
There we go.
You're doing God's work.
That's beautiful. I love it. Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh,
Wait, have you not seen Felix, puppy? What are you doing?
It's been in the background of, like, what, the past 2 episodes?
He's been here.
Yeah, the past 2 episodes.
There we go. I'll put him back. Locked and loaded. I'd rather not. Be gone from me. Thanks for the follow, LolLink32. Should we call you Lol?
Oh, thank you.
Lol.
Thank you. Lol.
Oh my gosh, you have the Among Us thing? The little bouncy butt Among Us? It's so cute. I love that. Link, okay.
Link.
Hello,
yeah! Link. I love that. Zelda. Sorry, I'm trash. Okay.
Obviously. Oh, you haven't seen the Ben Drowned meme that I put.
No, I can't wait.
You'll appreciate, I feel like.
Dude, I am so excited to read Ben Drowned, and I am so grateful that I'm only doing part 1, because part 2 and 3, when I started, like, reading it, I was like, holy fuck, this is so long! We'll just have to do a separate episode at some point.
For the rest.
Yeah. Like, it's gonna take a lot.
Oh, yes, the Wiggle. I also love the Wiggle. Minnie has some good emotes. She has the what cat.
Oh, those are so cute.
And the Pokemon shocked face, or Pikachu shocked face.
Pikachu shocked. Oh my god, yeah. I love Pikachu shocked face.
My favorite is AA's Pikachu Rave.
Yes, I love that.
I use it all the time. It is my favorite. Yes, there it is. Pikachu shocked face. Surprise Pikachu.
Surprise Pikachu. Oh, I love AA's Pikachu too.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the one I use the most.
Right now.
I know. I use it all the time. I hope he knows. Oh yes,
my god,
the SpongeBob.
I love it! Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Chat's beautiful today. Chat is everything. Patrick too?
Evil
Oh my
Patrick.
god.
Evil Patrick. Now these are real good memes. Yeah.
So are you saying that Sero's memes aren't good compared to...
They're just too disturbing for him, I guess. That's fine. He's too much of a normie. Oh, the what cat? It's my favorite one. What? I send that all the time. That meme. I don't know if I've ever sent it to you, but I send it to other people.
I was gonna say no. It's okay. You send
That's
me your most
exactly
cursed...
what I'm saying, sis. All I got is thighs.
Oh my god.
Thighs. Side eyes.
Oh my god. Okay. So. What?
Oh, I have this cursed one.
Oh my god. You're still...
Oh yeah. Please. I forgot about that one.
Oh my god.
Okay, you can explain what creepypastas are now. I will stop.
Okay.
I will stop memeing.
Okay.
I will stop.
Okay. Are you sure?
You know, I can control myself.
What are creepypastas? Okay.
Are you okay?
No, I'm good. I'm good. This isn't even funny. What the hell? Okay.
Well, while you're dying, I'm gonna drink some water.
Yes, please do. Please hydrate yourself. You never do.
I know. I always have 3 water bottles and a Gatorade, and I never drink any of them.
Yeah, you have to, Missy. You gotta drink up today. What are creepypastas? Creepypasta is a variation of the word copypasta, which refers to blocks of text that get shared across the internet. Creepypastas are horror-related legends that have been shared around the internet. Creepypasta has since become a catch-all term for any horror content posted on the internet. It's a form of spooky entertainment. Yeah, I can't do a creepy voice. This is gonna be so hard.
Yeah, I don't have a good creepy voice either, unless I'm like doing my gremlin voice.
Yeah.
But I can't do gremlin today, so.
Yeah, that's bad. It's okay though.
One day I'll do gremlin. One day.
Now, before we begin, make sure to turn off those lights and close those doors for the full effect.
I just imagined you doing the lip bite, finger gun under the chin thing. You know that thing? No lights. Y'all can't do creepy voice. Yeah, no. We're not creepy. I live in the dark. Me too.
Yeah, we're in the darkness.
I have blackout curtains and they do not open ever. So my room is always in the darkness. I don't really like the sun. It's not my vibe.
I don't know. I'm scared of the dark, y'all.
I'm scared of hugs. We're 2 different people. We're 2 different people.
I guess it depends on who the hug is from.
I generally don't like hugs.
It's okay.
Oh, I love the face that Sero was talking about.
I do it all the time. Oh my god. I didn't
put the series of Geektastic events link here. It's still mine.
Oh, good job.
It has the series of Geektastic stuff at the top, so.
It's okay. I didn't edit our starting screen.
Oh,
so.
the finger gun under the chin one. Are you talking about that? Do you know what that is, Lila?
I feel like I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Okay.
I can imagine
lip bite, finger gun under chin, squinted eyes, eyebrows up.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. It kills me. It kills me. My 14-year-old nephew does it all the time to, like, make me cringe. Like, he'll walk up to the car when I'm picking him up from... high school, and he's like,
I can so imagine this too. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Such
no.
a dork.
Yeah, he is a dork. He is a dork. But you know, it's fine. He's also better at most video games than me. So that's also really sad.
I feel that. I feel that
he had a head start. He started when he was like 3. I make that face 24/7. I'm imagining you playing with Adonis, just like with that face constantly.
Oh my gosh. Don't mind me yawning. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Alright, let me get... I guess since you're reading first, I don't have to go to my doc, but...
Yeah, I pulled up the... Dude, I love this story so much, and I'm so excited to read it, but at the same time, I'm like, man, not having that creepy voice, I feel like I can't do it the justice it deserves, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. The Disappearance of Ashley, Kansas is literally one of my favorites. It's like a childhood classic for me.
Yeah, and I've never heard it, so I'm excited.
Ma'am?
Ma'am? Yeah.
Ma'am. Calm down.
At some point, they're gonna hear my accents, and I'm excited for that, but man, your accents are something else. They really are.
I, cannot voice act at all whatsoever. It's gonna be complete shit. Oh yeah, speaking of Adonis, sis, you've seen my fullest puppy form yet? Yeah, Sero sent it to me!
Yeah.
Sero sent it to me!
I screenshotted it so I could send it. Yeah.
I loved it! So cute! So cute. Oh, you're so adorable.
Oh no. Not the wholesome Lila. Oh,
you're so adorable. Oh.
Moving on.
Okay.
Moving on.
I need to... Okay. So, the first story. The Disappearance of Ashley, Kansas. Now, okay, so Sero's definitely going to be reading more stories than I will today, but I'm going to be reading Ben Drowns, and if anybody has read or heard Ben Drowns, you know, that thing is fucking long. So it's gonna even out.
Yeah, it'll be
kind
fine,
of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
throwback.
So
Yeah. This entire episode is a throwback.
Yeah. The 3 that I'm reading today are all my childhood, and I'm like, I love it. I love it. Well, kind of. The Smiling Man scared the shit out of me as a kid, but it's okay. We've gotten through that trauma.
Wholesome towards my deep and scratchy voice. Oh yeah, it's normal for me to be called puppy. What?
What? Okay, I don't know if I like where this is going, so
You're gonna ignore and just go on.
Ignore. Okay.
I can stop calling you puppy. I can call you by your name. We could X-nay puppy all together.
Oh. Will Andrew.
No, that's worse. That's worse. Stop.
Okay, moving on. Okay. The Disappearance of Ashley, Kansas. Dude, I can totally hear myself echo from your end, and I don't know if this is just a me thing or a Discord thing or what. Okay. There we go. That's better.
Let me turn down my volume.
I was like, it's really getting me. It's really distracting my...
Okay, can you hear it now? You have to
Echo!
talk. Yeah.
No, testing. Okay, no, we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Yeah, I just had my laptop volume was all the way up. So it was making it loud in my headphones, and my headphones are right next to the mic. Because they're on my head, so yeah.
Okay. Well, that's better.
Continue with story, cry emoji.
Okay, let's try this out. Whoa, pressure's on. No.
I'm ready.
Sometime during the night of August 16th, 1952, the small town of Ashley, Kansas ceased to exist. At 3:28 a.m. on August 17th, 1952, a magnitude 7.9 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The earthquake itself was felt throughout the state and most of the Midwest. The epicenter was determined to be directly under Ashley, Kansas. When state law enforcement arrived at what should have been the outskirts of the farming community, they found a smoldering, burning fissure in the earth, measuring 1,000 yards in length and approximately 500 yards in width. The depth of the fissure was never determined. After 12 days, the statewide and local search for the missing 679 residents of Ashley, Kansas was called off by the Kansas state government at 9:15 p.m. on the night of August 29th, 1952. All 679 residents were assumed to be dead. At 2:27 a.m. on August 30th, 1952, a magnitude 7.5 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The epicenter was situated under what used to be the location of Ashley, Kansas. When law enforcement investigated at 5:32 a.m., they reported that the fissure in the earth had closed. In the 8 days leading up to the disappearance of the town and its 679 residents, bizarre and unexplainable events were reported by dozens of residents in Ashley, Kansas, and law enforcement from the surrounding area. On the evening of August 8th, 1952, at 7:13 p.m., a resident by the name of Gabriel Jonathan reported a strange sight in the sky above Ashley. The town itself, having no official branch of law enforcement, called into the police station of the neighboring town of Hayes. Gabriel reported what appeared to be a small black opening in the sky. Within the next 15 minutes, the Hayes police station became overwhelmed with dozens of phone calls, all reporting the same phenomenon. The phenomenon was never reported by any neighboring communities. A decision was made to send of a trooper to Ashley to investigate the matter following morning. At 7:54 a.m. on the morning of August 9th, 1952, Hayes police officer Alan Mace radioed the Hayes police station. He reported despite following the one-way road leading into Ashley, he had become lost. According to his report, the road continued along its normal path, but somehow ended up back in Hayes. Officer Mace went on to add that the road never curved or bent in any direction. At 9:15 a.m., 7 of the town's police cars were sent to investigate the situation, and all members of the team came to the same conclusion. The only road leading into Ashley stopped leading into Ashley, but instead led back to Hayes. Phone calls continued to pour into the Hayes police station, all reporting the black opening in the sky continued to grow in size. All callers were advised to remain inside and to not travel outside unless absolutely necessary. At 8:17 p.m., Mrs. Elaine Cantor reported her neighbors Mr. and Mrs. Milton and their 2 children, Jeffrey and Brooke, missing. According to Mrs. Cantor's phone call, the Miltons attempted to leave town in their family car earlier in the evening. They never returned. Law enforcement officials from Hayes never reported the car or individuals coming up the one-way road. At 7:38 a.m. on the morning of August 10th, 1952, phone calls from Ashley into the Hayes police station reported that the town was in total darkness. The sun had never risen. At 10:15 a.m., the request from Hayes law enforcement A helicopter from Topeka, Kansas, flew over the region in which Ashley, Kansas stood. The town was never observed from the air. At 12:43 p.m. on the afternoon of August 11th, 1952, Ms. Phoebe Danawoski called into the Hayes police station. She reported that her daughter Erica had begun to have conversations with her father, who died 3 years prior in a drunk driving accident. To add to her concern, Ms. Danawoski reported that Erica was attempting to go outside into the dark to join them. Over the course of the next 12 hours, a reported 329 phone calls were placed into the Hayes police station, all describing a similar phenomenon with the children of the town. The following morning of August 12th, 1952, the situation became dire. During the middle of the night, all 217 children in the town of Ashley, Kansas disappeared. A reported of 421 phone calls were placed into the Hayes Police Department. Unable to be of any useful assistance, Hayes law enforcement instructed all the callers to remain inside and to avoid any and all attempts at finding the missing children. At 5:19 p.m. on August 13th, 1952, Ashley elderly man Scott Luntz reported a growing distant fire to the south. According to his description, the fire seemed to turn the distant black into a bright red and orange that seemed to extend high into the sky. Throughout the rest of the day, calls continued in stating that the fire, in addition to moving north, now seemed to come out of the black sky. No fire was ever witnessed by the neighboring communities or law enforcement officials. The reports continued until 12:09 a.m. on the morning of August 14th, 1952. The last phone call placed by Mr. Benjamin Enikati reported that the fire in the sky had grown so intense that it began to appear as daytime over the town. The phone call ended abruptly. Benjamin. Just hold on. Wait. Continued silence. Yeah, I see something. It's to the south. It looks like... Phone call ended. The next phone call wouldn't be placed until the following evening. The following is the entire transcript of the final phone call to be received by the Hayes Police Department out of the town of Ashley, Kansas. It was placed at 9:46 p.m. on the evening of August 15th, 1952. In this recorded phone call, the officer on duty is Officer Peter Welsh. The caller has been identified as Miss April Foster. Oh God.
You got this.
Hayes Police Department. Muffled static. Hello? Yes, hello? Ma'am? Who am I speaking with? My name is April. April Foster. Please, sir, please help me. What's happening, ma'am? Last night they came back. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to... Last night they came back! Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to calm down and speak clearly. What happened? Who came back? Everyone. Everyone? They all came in the fire. What do you mean, everyone? My son. I saw my son last night. He was walking. He was walking down the street. He was burned. Jesus Christ, he was burned! My oh my, he died last year. I've raised him since he was a baby. It was just me and him. I told him to watch for cars when he rode his bike, but he never wanted to listen. Ma'am, what you're saying isn't making any sense. You said everyone came back? Are you fucking listening to me? Everyone came back. Everyone who died or went missing. They're back, and they're looking for us. He said, Mommy, I'm okay now. See, I can walk again. Where are you, Mommy? I want to see you. Ma'am, Where are you now? Are you safe? I'm hiding. Just like everyone else. We saw them coming through the fields and some people opened their doors to them. God, the screaming! I don't know what happened to them, but their house is caught on fire and they caved in. I have my curtains drawn. I'm hiding in the closet right now. Ma'am, is everything all right? Are you okay? Silence. Ma'am? Glass breaking. Oh my god! Ma'am? Something just came in! Ma'am, stay as quiet as you can. Don't make a sound. Mommy? Mommy? He came inside! Stay absolutely still. Don't leave. Sound of muffled footsteps. Mommy? Mommy? Where are you hiding? Stay quiet. Sound of heavy footsteps and laughter. I found you, Mommy! Screaming and loud noises. Ma'am! Ma'am! End phone call. The following morning at 6:55 a.m., the law enforcement officials of Hayes Police Department arrived at the local location of Ashley, Kansas. A smoldering, burning fissure in the earth was all that remained. Okay, it's done.
Wow, that was really amazing, honestly. That was good. Your policeman voice wasn't as comical as it was when you were practicing. It was better.
Well, thank you.
It was good. Also, it was kind of creepy, honestly.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you were kind of creepy. I mean, not you.
Good.
You're not creepy. Not all caps. You were screaming at her. Good job, Minnie. Also, hello, Timothy. You popped in during the story. Hello. And so did Citrine.
Hello.
Or Citrine. I never know how to say it. Citrine.
I am gonna try not to attempt to say it.
First one? Okay, Citrine.
Citrine.
Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. That's my instinct is to say Citrine.
Whew.
Yes, okay.
Yay.
Cool. I got it.
Yeah, that one was my Ashley, Kansas. The Disappearance of Ashley, Kansas is like an all-time favorite creepypasta of mine. I love it so much.
Ma'am? Yeah, trust your instincts. Ma'am, trust your instincts.
Ma'am, trust your instincts. Bro, I can't even... Ben Drowned is gonna take everything out of it. Oh, I'm excited for you to read Sonic.exe though, because I can't wait to talk about the crappy writing.
Well, I'm gonna try not to be like a rat. Yeah, we're both still sick.
I'm like 98% better though, 97% better. Sero is like a lot worse than me today.
Yeah, I'm keeping my coughs muted, so hopefully none of y'all can hear the scuff that's coming out. My voice is better though. My voice was a lot more like crackly last stream. Not necessarily. See, I think it was crackly, but when I watch it back, it didn't sound that bad.
I don't think you sound bad.
The cursed memes have finally caught up to you. They would never. This is not karma for my cursed memeage on Twitter.
Karma. I fucking love that. Oh my god, that's amazing.
They give people life. They get people's blood pumping. They get, their, I don't know what hormones that you get for being cursed by memes, but it helps your brain activity. It stimulates your brain. I'm helping. I'm doing a service to the community.
Okay.
Lila doesn't agree because she gets all the ones I don't post to Twitter.
Yeah, I get the really bad ones.
Yeah, you get the ones that are not allowed. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh gosh. Okay. Sonic.exe. Let me get readjusted. Okay.
Oh, I'm excited.
Okay.
Oh yeah, what did you think of Ashley, Kansas, by the way?
Oh, I loved it. I was a little creeped at points.
Oh,
like
good.
Especially when the kid was like, "Mommy," your voice was good for that part. That section was really good.
Oh, I didn't practice that one as much.
I applaud you. I don't know which one it is. Let me just. Nope. This one. Is it this one? There we go. I got it. I need to remember which ones are which.
I honestly don't remember mine either, so I don't.
I'll memorize it one day. Okay.
Sonic.exe.
Sonic.exe, guys. Get ready. Okay. I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else. I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played glitchy or hacked games before, though I don't think I want to play any after the experience I had. It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I liked how you get to explore the towns in it, until I noticed, out of my peripheral vision, that the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox, as usual, and left. I paused my game to go see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note first and realized it was from my dear friend Kyle, let's just call him that, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting, though what was weird is how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. This is what he wrote. Tom, I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow before it was too late, and I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me, and if you don't destroy the CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc and you'll destroy him, but do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please. Kyle. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think that a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Boy, was I wrong about that. Anyway, I looked at the disc and it looks like any ordinary computer CDR disc, except it had black marker on it, written Sonic.exe, and it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning that he must have gotten it from someone else, like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing of the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it, since I'm a big Sonic fan. I went up to my room and turned on my computer and put the disc in and installed the game. When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, awesome! Because like I said earlier, I liked the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start. There was a split second when I saw the title image turn into something much different, something that I now consider horrifying, before cutting to black. I remember what the image looked like in that split second before the game cut to black. The sky had darkened, the title emblem was rusted and ruined, the Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666, and the water had turned red, like blood, except it looked hyper-realistic. But the freakiest thing that was in that split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch black and bleeding with 2 glowing red dots staring right at me, and his smile had stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I was rather disturbed about the image when I saw it, though I figured that it was just a glitch and forgot about it. After it cut to black, it stayed like that for about 10 seconds or so, and then another weird thing happened. The save file select from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, what the fuck? What's this doing in the first Sonic game? Anyway, then I noticed something off. The background was the dark, cloudy sky of the Bad Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD, and there were only 3 save files. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in reverse. And the image for the save file, where you see a preview of the level you're on, is just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out most was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now I was sure that something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game, for crying out loud? That's when I realized that this wasn't a glitchy game, it was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared, or at least I tried not to be. I told myself that it was just a hacked game and there's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked File 1 and chose Tails, and when I selected and got started, the game froze for about 5 seconds, and I heard a creepy pixelated laugh that sounded an awful lot like a Kefka guy from Final Fantasy before cutting to black. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds or more, then it showed the typical level title. The typical level title thing, except the simplistic shapes were different shades of red, and the text showed only Hill Act 1. The screen faded in, and the level title vanished, revealing Tails in the Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1. The music was different, though. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any classic Sonic game. What was odd was that as Tails was running along the level, there was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down into slow, deep tones, very slowly as I kept going. I suddenly saw something and stopped to see what it was. It was one of the small animals lying dead on the ground, bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before, so I had him move along, and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals as Tails moved past them, looking more and more worried. As the music lowers and he moves past more dead animals, I was shocked to see how they all died. They looked like somebody killed them in rather gruesome ways. A squirrel was hanged on a tree with what appeared to be his entrails hanging out. A bunny had all 4 of his limbs torn off, and a duck had his eyes gouged out and his throat slit. I felt sick to my stomach when I saw this massacre, and apparently so did Tails. After a few more seconds, there were no more animals, and the music seemed to have stopped. I still kept Tails to continue. After a minute passed after the music stopped, Tails was running up a hill, and then he stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was there on the other side of the screen with his back against Tails with his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but then his smile faltered, obviously noticing that Sonic wasn't responding to him, if not acting as if he was totally oblivious of Tails' presence. Tails walked slowly towards Sonic, and I noticed that I wasn't even moving my keyboard to make him move, so this had to have been a cutscene. Suddenly, I began to have a growing feel of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I felt that Tails was in danger and something bad was going to happen. I heard faint static grow louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped and stuck his hand out to touch him. That foreboding feeling in my gut was growing stronger, and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder. Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic's eyes open, and they were black with those red glowing dots, just like that title image, though there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned black, and the static sound was off. It stayed black for about 7 seconds, and then white text appeared, forming a message, saying, "Hello, do you want to play with me?" At this point, I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue with the game, but my curiosity got the better of me when I was taken to a different level, with the level title now saying, "Hide and Seek." This time, I was in the Angel Island level from Sonic 3, and it looked like everything was on fire. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible. I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the 4th wall, trying to tell me to get him out of there. So I pressed down on the arrow key as hard as I could and made him run as fast as he could A pixelated version of that creepy theme when you meet Shadow at the Ark of Robotnik from SA2 was playing, and I made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Suddenly, I heard that creepy laugh again, that awful Kefka laugh, right after 10 seconds have passed as I helped Tails run through the forest, and then I started seeing flashes of Sonic popping everywhere on the screen, again with those black and red eyes. The music changed to that suspenseful drowning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails slowly gaining up on him, flying. Sonic wasn't running, he was actually flying. The flying pose his sprite was making looked very similar to Metal Sonic's flying pose in Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic and he had the black and red eyes again. Only, this time, he had the most deranged looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained up on him. Suddenly, when Tails tripped, another cutscene. The music stopped and Sonic vanished. Tails laid there and stared, crying for 15 seconds. The scene was rather upsetting to watch, and I kind of teared up myself. But then Sonic appeared right in front of Tails, and Tails looked up in horror. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face, and he looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. Just in a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails. Right before the screen went black, there was a loud screeching noise that only lasted 5 seconds. The text returned, only this time it said, "You're too slow. Want to try again?" And then that god-awful laugh came with it. I was so shocked by what had happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails are supposed to be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? I shook the shock off as I brought back to the character select. As I was brought back to the character select, the save file that had Tails was different. Tails was no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself, which was flickering with that red static. Tails' expression scared me. His eyes were black and bleeding, his orange fur had gone black, and he had an expression of anguish on his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. The laugh came again, and the screen cut to black again and stayed there for another 10 seconds. This time, the level said, "You can't run." I was really freaked out by now. I couldn't really tell you if this was a glitch or a hack or some kind of sick, twisted joke or anything really. But despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. The next level looked much different. It had the ground of the scrap brain zone, but the sky background looked like the main menu. It had the dark, reddish, cloudy sky, but it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like, I don't even know this name, Giga's theme, right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I also noticed that Knuckles looked afraid, just like Tails did, though not as much more, rather he looked a little unnerved. He broke the fourth wall just like Tails and looked as if he wasn't sure about going on, but I made him move anyway. He ran down the street pathway in this dark level, and as he did, the screen started to flicker. Red static a couple times, and then that maddening laugh came back. Then, after a few seconds of running, I noticed several bloodstains on the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear, again thinking something horrible is going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated walking down this blood-stained road, but I still kept him going. Suddenly, as Knuckles ran, Sonic appeared right in front of him with those black and red eyes, and then red static appeared again. When the static vanished, showing nothing but black screen with the text saying, "Found you." I was now scared. Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? Anyway, red static came again, and then I was back to the level. Knuckles looked like he was panicking, and Sonic was nowhere to be found, and this time that high-pitched squealing from Silent Hill 1's final boss was playing. Was this some kind of boss battle with Sonic? I hope to God it wasn't, honestly. Suddenly, Sonic appeared right behind Knuckles in what appeared to be pixelated black smoke. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished in black pixelated smoke before I could even land a hit. That terrible laugh went on again. Then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles again, and then I made him punch again, and Sonic vanished again, laughing. Knuckles was panicking even more, and even I felt like I was going crazy. Sonic was practically playing with us. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Another cutscene played as Knuckles fell to his knees and clutched his head, sobbing. I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. And then in a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles, and the screen went black with another distorted screeching noise that lasted for at least 3 seconds. Another text message appeared. So many souls to play with, so little time. Would you agree? What the hell? Just what is going on? I started to think Sonic was actually trying to talk to me through the game, but I was too scared to think that. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time the second file box had Knuckles in the TV. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray. His dreadlocks were dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too, and he had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think that those are the actual characters trapped in those TV screens on the save files, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. So I shut off the game and took a break. I took a nap, wish I hadn't, because I then began to have the most disturbing nightmare. I was in pitch black darkness, though I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung high above my head. I could hear the cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby. They were saying stuff like, "Help us," and "Why did you give us to him?" and "Run away before he gets you too." Their cries died out as I then heard Sonic laugh. His laugh. It sounded a lot like the distorted Kefka laugh. "You're a lot of fun to play with, kid. Just like your friend Kyle, though he didn't last long." I was scared and looking around for the source of the voice. "Won't be long now until you join him and all my other friends." I saw him walking toward me, flickering in and out in several directions. "You can't run, kid. You're in my world now, just like the others." When he grabbed me and I saw his bleeding black and red-eyed, grinning face, I woke up with a fright. After a couple hours, I decided to continue playing the game. I don't know why, but I had to know. I had to figure out why this was happening. So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought that was wacky, playing as Robotnik, but anyway, the level title appeared again, and this time it said ... which I found really freaky. This time, I was in some kind of hallway. Didn't really look like it was from any of the classic Sonic games, though. It was a pixelated style. The floor was shiny and checkered. The walls were a dark grayish purple with animated candlelight... Sorry. Cough break. Okay, we're good. With animated candlelights and a few dark bloodstains here and there was a dark red curtain hanging above on the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so, the red curtain sways very slowly, but whenever you're playing the game, you can barely see it move. The music was oddly pleasant, a piano playing, a rather sad yet peaceful song. But I knew better. This was the song that played in Hill Act 1, only it wasn't in reverse. Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails and Knuckles did, but he did have a suspicious look on his face, as if he was just a bit paranoid. He did a little animation when I just left him standing. He turns his head to the left and then to the right, at least twice, and then shrugs at me, as if he has no idea where he was or what was going on. Even though I was scared out of my mind about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. He did his usual running animation, when you've beaten him up at the end of a classic Sonic game and you chase him, as we continued going through the hallway. Then I stopped at a long flight of stairs leading downward. Now I was nervous. Even Robotnik seemed unsure of himself, though I pressed onward. As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I noticed that the walls had gotten darker and more reddish. The red torches are now an eerie blue. Then we landed onto another hallway. This one was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it. And then we headed down another flight of stairs down this one, though this one was much longer. Took at least 1 full minute. And then I heard that horrid Kefka laugh again and again. And then the music slowly faded until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark, and the torches were a black flame now. When Robotnik landed onto the third hallway, I noticed he now looked really creeped out, though he tried to hide it. I couldn't blame him. I was scared too. Suddenly, Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik in the same way he did Knuckles, and then red static. The red static lasted longer. It lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it showed me a most unpleasant image. The image showed a hyper-realistic of Sonic standing in the darkness, where you can only see his face while his head and torso faded into black. And when I say hyper-realistic, I mean like he looked so real you could actually see the lines in his blue fur, as if you could actually feel the fur if you touched the screen. His face? Oh God, he had the most horrifying smile I had ever seen. And that's saying something considering I saw that image at the start of the game. His eyes are wide and black and once again crying blood, which also looked hyper-realistic. And there were two small glowing red dots in those black eyes staring right at me, as if staring into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It literally stretched to the sides of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs, very sharp fangs, much like the werewolf's teeth except more vicious looking, somewhat yellowish, and from the look of it, he had the stains of blood and small bits of flesh on his lips and fangs as if he ate some animal. I stared at that gruesome image for a good 30 seconds, never taking my eyes off of it. I felt as if he was actually looking at me, smiling at me. That face, it just took 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. Then the screen flickered with red static again 3 times, and on the 3rd time I heard the Kefka laugh, except this time it sounded distorted, demonic even. It went back to the image again, except this time there was the text again, though it was messed up, but it was pretty much one of the most horrifying things I looked at since I had this game. I am God. It was when I read that message while looking at Sonic when it hit me. I realized right there and then, this Sonic was a monster. Pure evil, sadistic, all-powerful, nightmarish, demented monster. And all of his victims, including Tails, Knuckles, Robotnik, and possibly Kyle, are just his little toys, and the game is the very gateway into his chaotic, nightmarish world and the very hell his victims are trapped in. Suddenly, in an actual split second, I screamed as Sonic lunged at the screen, screeching loudly with his mouth wide open to an unnatural length, revealing nothing but a literally spiraling abyss of pure darkness before the red static came again. This time much louder and distorted, so loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red static screeched for a good 7 seconds. Then it stopped and showed nothing but black screen. As I sat there staring at the black screen, one last text came up. Ready for round 2, Tom? The Kefka laugh, now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me, played again 3 times as I looked at that text in shock and confusion. Then I got booted back to the main menu, and this time the 3rd save file had a TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Robotnik's skin turned a dull gray, his mustache drooped and had blackened. His glasses broke and blood is coming from them, and he had a mere dead-like expression on his face. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik and cried a bit. I pitied them for the agony they're going through. They were forever trapped within the game, forever tormented by that horrid hedgehog, and always will be. Then the computer shut itself off. I couldn't turn it back on, no matter what I did. I sat there for maybe 25 seconds, horrified by what had just happened. Sonic is the very embodiment of evil. He tortures people who play his game in more ways than one, and then when he gets bored, he drags you into the game. Literally drags you to hell, where he can play with you always as his toy. I can't get the game out of my computer. I think it's stuck in there, but at least I managed to turn it back on now. After I sat there for 25 seconds, I heard a voice right behind me, like a whisper. Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom. I turned around to see where the voice came from, and what I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed, staring right at me, was a Sonic plushie, smiling with bloodstains under its eyes.
I think I want that plushie.
Did you go to the bathroom? It's okay if you did.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, no, that's good. I'm glad that you went while I was talking. I hate this story. So be glad that I read it with some modicum of seriousness.
You did a good job.
Every fucking time it said 25 seconds, 7 seconds, 3 seconds, and the Kefka laugh over and over and over. And anyways, so many anyways. And I hate it's so bad. It's so bad. Yes, what a fantastic bedtime story.
Yeah, and the thing is though, like, there's even a game.
Only one way to find out. Wow, Juan. encouraging her to abandon me without me noticing. I see you. I see you.
You're reading all of the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna read all of it. I miss so much. Just a game.
I played the fifth.
It's never just a game. Totally Eggman. Obviously. Not even scared. I know. Dude, he needed to be scared. He needed to not play the game after Tails. Like, why? After Knuckles especially, he turned the game off. Like, why did you turn it back on? I don't understand. Poor animal. Oh, sad. Not a burb. Sonic got problems. Yes. Yeah, true. Wow, do you guys think Sarah will notice if I run to the bathroom?
I love you.
We will keep it a secret? How? How is there's no secrets here?
Oh no.
Wow,
I
sure is cool that Lila is still here right now. Y'all killing me. Yep, totally.
I didn't think you were gonna break through all of it.
She never I plead the fifth. Well, I mean, Lila could have cleared the chat. True.
Oh, shit.
True. I would have never known. Exposed. It's all right. I'm glad because I would have felt more nervous if I knew she wasn't here. So I'm glad she didn't tell me.
You did a good job.
Thank you. It was some of the like sentence structure in that story is really hard to like wrap my head around because it's like a very run-on sentence. So I tried really hard not to like stutter around some of the phrases that were spun. Well, I don't know if I did well, but it's done.
No, you did good.
It's done. That's the. Oh, am I frozen? I am frozen. Give me a second. Okay, I think I got it. Let's see. We're back. We're back. Oh, only
Good.
recently just froze. Good. Okay. It freezes like pretty randomly, honestly.
Just like I blink.
Yeah.
Randomly.
I freeze, she blinks. And you know what? Maybe the blinking like heightens the creepiness. Because you're kind of like, you're like blinking out of existence. Creepy. Creepy. And there Sero stayed, motionless, watching me. It was at least 10 minutes. I could not move. It felt like hours. And it only took 10 seconds to burn into my body. Oh, I love that.
That was beautiful.
I'm going to screenshot that later so I can tweet it.
Love that.
I love that. That was... that made me reading this story worth it.
There you go.
We had to read this story because we talked about it in one of our last podcasts. But yeah.
Like, that and, like, it actually had, like, a huge fandom, too. Like, big enough that somebody made a game based off of it, so...
The game is really interesting. I actually do like the game. Watching it. I've never played it, but... Yeah, no.
It's a good thing that the person who created the game was not the same person who created the creepypasta. The person who created the creepypasta, we have found out, is not a great person.
Yeah, not a good person, and also not a good writer, so...
But Sonic.exe did, like...
Yeah, and it is a classic. It's like...
Yeah, it's a classic.
So, we read it. I read it, I guess, but...
Yeah. But, Slenderman's next, though, right?
Yeah, yep, Slenderman. There's not... Okay, so, like, the original Slenderman story is, like, actually a photography, like, series of, like, this guy that put Slenderman in the back of pictures of kids in, like, random places, in, like, random pictures. So
Yeah.
it's not like a story, but like I found like stories that go along with that. A true internet classic. Yes. I watched way too many playthroughs of Slenderman 8 pages. Like way too many. Like,
dude, when we were talking about it like 2 episodes ago, there was a lot.
yeah, no,
lot
because
of
I had to have watched at least 7 people play that multiple times, because I've watched Felix play it at least like 4 or 5 times, like over the years.
Yeah.
And Sean Jacksepticeye, I've watched him play it, and Markiplier.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I've watched a lot of people play that game. So this one's technically like 3 stories in one. Cause okay, I might not even read the 3rd one actually. So I'm just gonna do. So there's kind of like it's one of the stories that people wrote after the photo series. So it's not like the origins, but it's a story about the origins.
Yeah, the thing with Slenderman though that's pretty cool is that like it's open to interpretation basically.
Yeah. You guys consider doing a playthrough of the game. Once we have PCs, because right now we are laptop streaming, both of us. Our whole setup is a whole thing.
Scuffed.
It's pretty scuffed, which is why we blink out of existence and freeze, and sometimes crash if I try to upload pictures onto OBS during stream, like
Jesus
last
Christ.
time. But yeah, once we have PCs, we'll be able to actually play like the games that we're talking about, which will be fun. Which
we're excited for.
Yeah, I'm super excited to play Nancy Drew games.
Yeah,
because like those are genuinely some of my favorite games ever. And Lila hasn't played a lot of them, so it'll be a lot of me like just either helping from the sidelines while she plays, or maybe even I would only be like, a helpline, but because I want her to experience them herself, I don't want to like lead her down the path. So eventually we will be playing games, and I would like to play Slenderman, because I've never played it actually. I've only ever watched people play it.
Same.
Yeah. I mean, I've only ever had consoles, so I never have had a PC, so I don't play a lot of games on computers except for Nancy Drew. So
yeah, same, honestly.
Yeah, I only have Xbox and PS4 and Switch stuff, so.
Well, I guess I played Dating Sims. On my laptop.
I love that for you. I love that.
Exposing myself. But yeah, we're trying.
There was a Slender game on Xbox One and PS4. Oh, I didn't know there was one on PS4. I don't have an Xbox One because
I have an Xbox One.
I'm not trying to buy an Xbox One when I can just get a PC and play all the games on PC instead.
Yeah.
But I do have a PS4, so I could look it up on there.
Okay. I wonder which game it is.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many games. Is it the original, the 8 pages one? Oh, I heard the door.
FBI, open up!
Yeah, that was loud.
Yeah.
What is he doing being all loud like that?
I hate when I drink water. my model's head goes like this.
My mouth will just like stand there open like I'm kind of excited for the Slender one that you picked out though, because I did not read through any of the ones
I'm gonna do 2. There's one that's a little bit shorter. That's like a fan wrote about it after reading the first one that I'm gonna read, and then there's the 3rd one, but I'm not gonna read that because I don't want to. Okay.
I feel that.
Shall I begin? Wait, actually, give me a second. I need to cough.
Oh, Slender the Arrival. Okay, I've always wanted to play that.
Expanded version of the 8 pages. Okay.
Yeah, I've always wanted to play that.
Okay. I
Are you ready?
am ready. Okay. After waking up with a jolt, the girl laid in bed a few seconds longer. Reaching over to switch on her bedside lamp, she tried to remember exactly what had stolen her sweet slumber away. When she couldn't, the brunette swung her legs over the side of the bed and heaved herself up. Checking the time on her phone, she snorted when she saw it was midnight, the witching hour. Knowing that sleep would only evade her, she left her bedroom for the kitchen, a good cup of coffee on her mind. As she passed by her front door, a chill spread like liquid fire down her spine. It's only winter, she told herself, focusing again on the coffee plan. Measuring out scoops, water, and preparing her cup kept her occupied, but as the dark liquid boiled, she had nothing left to keep her mind from wandering off. The chill returned, and she couldn't help but glance behind her to the front door. It stood there innocently enough, just like always. The deadbolt was still in place, and she could see nothing amiss with it. Turning back to her coffee, she did her best to forget about the feeling. With her cup in hand, she started back towards her bedroom. As she walked by the front door, she decided that a quick glance out of the peephole would help calm her restless mind. The chill worsened with each step she took towards the door and further away from the safety and warmth of her blankets. She pressed her empty hand against the cold metal door and took a deep breath before leading her eye to the peephole. At first, she could only see an inky blackness and somehow seemed to swirl in itself. When she blinked in surprise, the void melted away. She wished it hadn't. In its place, there stood what she could only guess was once a man. The limbs were long and inhumanely awkward, with bulky joints branching off into several arms, not unlike the branches of a tree. The creature was draped in a black suit, somehow making this thing more nightmarish to her. The icing on the proverbial cake, however, was what passed as the hellish thing's face. It was as though her mind blurred the ghastly visage to spare itself further shock and horror. She shoved herself away from the door, with the hand still pressed against it. The scalding mug of coffee fell, the liquid burning her bare legs as she fell backwards and tried to crawl away from the door. She knew somehow that her mind hadn't been playing tricks on her. As she crab-walked away from the door, she watched as tendrils of black void. She watched as tendrils as black as the void she first saw snake around through the cracks. The girl was trapped between the instinct to flee and the gut feeling to not turn her back on the door. When the door jolted, the urge to flee overcame her, and she slipped in the burning liquid as she tried to make it back to her room. She knew deep down that she was trapping herself in a corner, but she had to get away from the door. The girl was halfway down the hallway when she heard the previously locked door creak open. She screamed and slipped into a wall, cracking her chin on it and stunning her. After that, there was only blackness. "Nicole?" A warm male voice snapped the woman out of her trance. As she turned around, she was met by one of her sister's doctors. She nodded, not sure if she should say anything, or even if she could find her voice if she did have something to say. That morning, she had gotten an urgent phone call from the hospital saying that her sister Lindsay was there. Before they had even let her see her, the doctors had pulled her off to the side and insisted that they talk to her about what might have happened. Phrases like self-inflicted and assault had been thrown around, and Nicole felt her mind reel. She still hadn't fully understood what they had been saying until she saw Lindsay with her own eyes. Her little sister had a bandage wrapped around her head, covering both of her ears as well as her eyes. They said it was to keep her now deadened eyes from drying out, and to try to keep infection out of the wounds Lindsay had made to her ears. The doctor had guessed that either she or someone else had jammed a pencil into them to keep her off balance or to deafen herself against something. There was the mix of first and second degree burns on her hands, legs, and feet from what was assumed to be the coffee her neighbors found slipped all over the entry to her apartment. As Nicole walked into her sister's hospital room the first time, she thought she had spied the silhouette of a man in the window. That, she knew, was impossible. Her sister's room was on the third story of the hospital. Dum dum dum. That was the end of that.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Dude, that made me cringe when you were
Yeah.
describing that at the
Yeah.
end. I was like, oh, ooh,
Yeah,
ah,
no thanks.
ah.
Ugh. I've never read this. I mean, I read this obviously before this, but I'd never read this before. So when I was first reading it, I was like interested to hear like about the eyes and the ears thing because I had never really like connected that to Slenderman before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different versions of Slenderman, you know?
Yeah, there is. And it like adds to the lore. There's different, yeah. But yeah, I thought that was written pretty well, especially compared to Sonic.exe.
Yeah, no, it's much better than Sonic.exe. Yeah, no, there was really nothing that like in terms of like grammar or like flow or like, you know, that kind of stuff, like nothing stood out to me as like annoying like Sonic.exe did. I liked this one. Yeah.
Dude, is it like raining?
I don't know.
now?
Let me check. Give me a second.
There's a lot of noise going on outside behind me, and I like cannot figure out if it's a car or if it's like raining or what. If you can't hear it, it's fine. It's just annoying.
That was the funniest. That was the funniest. Like, woo! I like floated up. Yeah, no, it's not raining. I checked the window.
Must be a car.
Yeah, it's not
Oh,
raining.
it stopped. It stopped. It was a car then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Yeah, I checked the lamp outside, the street lamp.
Oh, okay.
That's how I can tell when it's snowing or raining.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, I cannot believe it snowed like not that long ago.
I know, that was kind of epic. I mean, it didn't do anything, but I love snow.
Yeah. I do too. Oh my gosh. With my birthday being in March.
Yeah, sad for
and
you.
It being in the Midwest. No, it snowed on my birthday before, bro.
Well, yeah, but like it doesn't do it that often. I mean, now it does do it more often now.
Yeah, I feel like the seasons have kind of like shifted, you know?
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I know what I was gonna say. You're doing like really well with the readings. Like you need to give yourself more credit.
I mean, I'm just reading them in my own voice.
I feel like
am I reading them differently than I sound when I talk? Not really. Same.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, you're used to my regular voice, so
I know. I know.
I feel like you can tell when even the slightest thing has changed.
Yeah, it seems slightly different to me. Just a little.
Maybe I'm just being a little more dramatic. I don't know.
Yeah, there we go.
Or like, not necessarily eerie, but like soft toned and like, I'm pretty soft toned anyways.
Yeah, I was gonna say you are soft toned.
Yeah.
Maybe your voice just goes better with these.
Because I got the chill vibes. I'm just chill.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
Right. There is still the fan story of, or I could move on to Jack the Killer, either one.
I mean, yeah, you can do the fan story real quick.
Okay.
We'll step away for a sec.
Okay. Wow. Leaving me again. Can't believe.
I'm sorry, dude. I have downed so much water.
To be honest, I haven't drank any except for like the 2 drinks that I've had.
Dude, take a couple sips of water.
I'm going to. I'm opening a bottle.
I just finished my venti Starbucks cup of water, and I still have my giant ass water bottle that's even taller than my venti cup.
Can't relate. Dude.
So
I can't hydrate. It's just I never remember. Stay hydrated.
Yeah,
I'll try.
Yell at her. She never stays hydrated. Yell at her. I'll be right back.
Don't yell at me. I'll do it. I'm gonna take a drink of water right now. Don't even worry about it. There you go. I drank water. Okay. Well, this next one is a fan story. I'm going to try to say the name. By Raksha Keller. Raksha. Okay. So, it's called Slenderman Isn't Real. Slenderman isn't real. That's how this story starts. That's how this story will most likely end. I don't lie. My name is Raksha, and this is my story. Slenderman isn't real. Helen has said this a variety of times to me. I nod vaguely, and she cries out in frustration. I silently watch her fume, her round, pudgy pig face red all the way to the roots of her bleached hair. The scariest thing is being dehydrated. I just saw that. I'm pretty scary then. I'm always dehydrated. She looks me in the eyes, and I return her stare. She's pleading with me, but I don't care. She wants me to say a lie, but I won't do that. Obviously seeing my resolution, she stands up and storms out of the room. I hear her screaming at my fiancé that she couldn't help me, that I was a lost cause, that should be abandoned. Reaching for my untouched coffee that lay on the side table, aside the couch I lounged on, I stir in some of the provided sugar and wait for Jer to come and get me. When he does, his eyes show exhaustion. A stab of sympathy hits me. That's all from my yelling at night. Hardening up quickly, I give him one of my legendary cold shoulders. I told him he could leave me. He refused. Therefore, his well-being was no concern of mine. He was seated himself beside me on the psychiatrist's couch. Why? Why won't you admit Slenderman isn't real? What could you possibly gain by keeping up this charade? I scoffed at him and his weakness. Was he really expecting me to soften up, lie, and tell him I would stop playing a game that doesn't exist? As if I would play such a useless game. He knows I don't play in something that doesn't benefit me in return. He didn't say a word as he got up from the couch, but just as he was about to walk out the door, he said it. I'm calling it off. Our engagement, our relationship, everything. I'll file all the paperwork and send it for you to sign. I'll tell your family you just keep obsessing over things that aren't there. And with that, I lost Jer forever. I didn't care. He didn't believe me. No, he didn't want to believe me. All because of his fear. I couldn't spend the rest of my life with someone that weak anyhow. I rose from the couch, dusted off my jeans, and sauntered to the dreary day in Seattle. Rain clouds were forming in the sky, ready to pour at given moment. I fingered the large kitchen knife, the lone item I kept in my handbag. Why did that verbiage was not good. I fingered the large kitchen knife, the lone item I kept in my handbag. A drizzle began to rain over the town, but I continued to walk east towards the woods. He was already there when I arrived. His suit was extraordinarily dry, as if the rain found him as revolting as I did. His snake-like arms dangled, barely scraping the forest floor. He assessed me in silence. I didn't think he was blind, but I always had to remind myself that he could see me better than I could see him. I guess I would never get over the feeling that he was wearing some morbid Halloween costume. His long tentacles were absent for the time being, and one of his long arms stretched towards my face. His spindly finger explored my face and my body without ever touching it. I didn't hide the repulsive shivers it caused. Finally, it seems as though he was deep into the trance, or enchantment, or whatever his monster could feel. I dug deep into my bag to unsheath the knife, and I plunged it into his chest. He didn't look as if he were in pain. Then again, he didn't look like anything. His face was still glued to my body as I screamed. My legs couldn't support me anymore, but I stood. His gaze literally wouldn't let me go. I felt blood seeping through my clothes, slithering down my torso. My knife was plunged into his chest, yet it wasn't him I had pierced. The forest began to black out. I realized that I wasn't fainting. It was Slenderman. His tentacles weren't absent, but were winding through the trees, dodging my vision. A slimy cloak enfolded me, and Slenderman's face became a smile, full of razor incisors faced me. I understand why people like Helen don't search for monsters or deny their existence. People like her realize it before people like me. She understood me, or better yet, the monster inside of me. Slenderman doesn't exist, sure, but you do, as do the monsters inside. That's the end of that. It was, I don't know. This story is
There was some
whack.
sus wording.
Yeah,
there was
this
some
story is
sus
kinda whack.
wording going on in there.
It kind of like, I liked the ending, but the beginning was very strange. Oh, bye, Juan. I don't know if you're still here, but bye.
He might not be here, but
It's
the
okay.
thought that counts.
Yeah, kind of sus. Oh,
It
hi!
was It was definitely something, that's for sure.
Yeah, no. I couldn't even say, what was it? It was like, where was it? Let me find it. First of all, the knife thing. I fingered the large kitchen knife.
What?
And then it says his suit was extraordinarily dry. And then there was something else about
I didn't
his
think
spindly finger explored my face and my body.
You know what that reminded me of?
Yeah.
Salad fingers.
Yes! Oh my gosh, that is so salad fingers.
I thought of salad fingers for that, but yeah, no, the whole tentacle thing and shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, that
I was just like,
very
this is
sus.
I was like, what is this turning into right now?
Yeah,
Is this a fan fiction?
Well, the first part was like about she was like having marital problems or like relationship problems because she believed in Slenderman and no one else did.
Oh.
It was very you missed that part, and then you came in during the fingering of the knife.
I sat down for that. I came in slightly before that, but I was like, what the fuck did I just walk into?
So that's like a fan story that someone wrote in response to the Slenderman games / original photos and stuff.
Okay, so it is kind of like a fan fiction then.
Yeah, it's basically a fan fiction.
Fiction. Okay.
Actually, Nina the Killer is kind of a fan fiction of Jeff the Killer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm excited for that one. Okay, you have one more, and then you have a
and then I get
break.
A long break. Keep that fan away from my knife.
That was great. That was perfect.
All right, I gotta take a stretch break too, dude.
You're good. I'm excited for this Jeff the Killer one. I didn't read any of the ones you picked out.
Yeah.
Besides, like, I've already heard Sonic.exe. I knew that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other ones I didn't read yours, and I don't know if you read mine before.
This one's my favorite one, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I can't.
Jeff the Killer.
My voices are not very good, but
that's okay. Jeff the Killer scared the crap out of me as a kid as well. Like that,
the picture.
The picture, and I know, like, with Slenderman, there's quite a few stories with him as well. I've heard, like, some origin stories, you know?
Yeah.
And it really was kind of, like, creepy.
Yeah, there's a Slenderman versus Jeff the Killer story on creepypasta.
Oh, interesting. Who's gonna win? No.
I don't know.
We're not reading that one today.
No, we could save that for later.
Yes.
I still can't keep the fan away from my knife. Keep that fan away from my knife.
Yes. The knife doesn't.
Okay, this one. How long is this one? Let me look again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Good idea.
It's longish, but
longish. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see if I can do this without a cough break.
If you need to drink water, do it.
I've drank okay, so to be honest, I know I said that I had 3 water bottles, but actually 2 of the water bottles were just like an inch of water at the bottom that I needed to finish. So I finished those 2 while you were gone.
Okay.
But
Okay.
now I have a full bottle. So I'll have a full bottle of water at some point during the stream.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm drinking water. I promise.
You should drink water during your break.
Yeah, I'll drink water during Ben Drowned.
Chug it? No.
No, not a good idea.
I don't need her throwing up.
Yeah, no. That's the title of the VOD. Sero throws up on stream.
Oh god. No.
All right.
Okay. I'm excited for this one. Do it for
the clip.
No.
I mean, I could do it right now.
No.
I can do I could probably do it honestly.
No.
Okay, no, I'm not going to. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Good.
Yeah, sometimes y'all should know. Don't challenge me because I probably will do it. If Lila says I can do it, I'll probably do it. But Lila usually says no, so you're out of luck if Lila says no.
With good reason, I say no.
That's true. I'm older, but you're more responsible. I'm only older by a few months, so.
I love you.
Okay, Jeff the Killer. Are we prepared?
I'm ready.
Also, can you tell when I get closer? Because sometimes when I'm getting creepier, I get closer to the mic. Can you tell? Or no?
I mean, your voice gets slightly louder, but not really.
Okay.
I can't tell.
I don't mean to. It's just I'm leaning in.
I know what you mean, because you're just kind of like leaning in, like...
Yeah, like, ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah. Same reaction. Did you also wiggle your fingers like creepy? Or no, was that just me?
I was wiggling my head side to side.
I was going, ooh, with the, like the
Ooh.
wiggly fingers.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, Jeff the Killer.
Here we go.
Okay. After weeks of unexpected murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. I had a bad dream and I woke up in the middle of the night, said the boy. I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light illuminating from between my curtains, were a pair of 2 eyes. Those weren't regular eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth, a long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way only a madman could speak. He said, "Go to sleep." I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought him back. I kicked. I punched. I rolled around trying to knock him off me. That's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. And then the man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes and that psychotic smile. They will never leave my head. Police are still on the look for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family had just moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain, though. A new, better house. What was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. Hello? Oh, it's a girl. Hello, she said. I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son. She turns around and calls her son over. Billy, these are our new neighbors. Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. Well, said Jeff's mom, I'm Margaret, and this is my husband Peter, and my two sons, Jeff and Lou. They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. When Jeff and his family are done packing, Jeff went up to his mom. Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid. Jeff, said his mother, we just moved here, and we should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to that party, and that's final. Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. Whenever his mom said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at his ceiling, when suddenly he got a weird feeling. Not so much pain, but a weird feeling. He dismissed it as just some random feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff and walked down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school. As he sat there eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. This time, it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. Hey, what the hell? The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hands. The kid seems to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, 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 it looks like we got some new meat. Suddenly, two other kids appeared. One was super skinny and the other was huge. Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there's Keith. Jeff and Lou looked over to the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. And here's Troy. They looked over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. And I, said the first kid, am Randy. Now for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price for bus fare, if you catch my drift. Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of the kid's eyes, when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I had hoped you would be more cooperative, but it seems we must do this the hard way. The kid walked up to Lou and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. Now it was truly strong, a burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. Oh, and what will you do? Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed, and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground, screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach, and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Lou could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. Jeff, how'd you... was all he said. They saw the bus coming and knew they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Andy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it to school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Lou just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help feeling happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school, even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop and how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore. He felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was, and he said, in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting and that they were stabbed." "Stabbed, son?" Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. "Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou." "Son," said one of the cops, "we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us?" Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but then there was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because truth be told, they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. "Son, call down your brother." Jeff couldn't do it since it was he who beat up all the kids. "Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me." The cop looked at his partner, and they both nodded. "Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie." "Wait," says Lou. They all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. "It was me. I beat up those little punks. Have the marks to prove it." He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he was in a struggle. "Son, just put the knife down," said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. "No, Lou, it was me. I did it." Jeff had tears running down his face. "Huh, poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away." The police led Lou out to the patrol car. "Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them. I was the one who beat up those kids." Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. "Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop." Jeff watched helplessly as the cop's car sped off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it?" Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by with no word from Lou at JDC. No friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woken up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. "Jeff, it's the day," she said as she opened up the curtains and let light flood into his room. "What? What's today?" asked Jeff as he stirs awake. "Why, it's Billy's party." He was now fully awake. "Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after..." There was a long pause. "Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now get dressed." Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why would they ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party? "Son, is that all you're going to wear?" said Jeff's mom. "Better than wearing too much," he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him and hid it with a smile. "Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression," said his father. Jeff grunted and went back to his room. "I don't have any fancy clothes," he yelled downstairs. "Just pick something," called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looked around and found only striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. "You're wearing that?" they both said. His mother looked at her watch. "No time to change. Let's just go," she said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door, and it appeared that Barbara, just like his parents, way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. "The kids are out in the yard. Jeff, how about you go and meet some of them?" said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and hat. "Hey, wanna play?" Or, wait, time out. "Hey, wanna play?" he said. "Oh, no, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff." The kid looked at him with the weird puppy dog face. "Please?" said the kid. "Fine," said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend shoot at the kid. At first, he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that took his mind off Lou. So he played with the kids for a while until he heard a noise. A weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. "Hello, Jeff, is it?" he said. "We have some unfinished business." Jeff saw his bruised nose. "I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you, and you got my brother sent to JDC. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. "Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today." As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him, and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming, and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. "No one interrupts our..." Wait, what does it say? "No one interrupts or guts will fly," they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it into his shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. "Need some help?" He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. "Come on, Jeff, fight me." He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. "Fight!" He throws Jeff back into the living room. "Come on, Jeff, look at me." Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. "I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed." Jeff starts to get up. "Oh, finally, you stand and fight." Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again, he gets the strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt for a while. "Finally, he's up," says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch. Blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith, although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf. It burnt both of them, and they both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there bleeding to death, he let out an ominous smile. "What's so funny?" asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. "What's funny," he said, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out of the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. That's when he passed out. When he woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that there was some tube in his arm, and when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said, as she put him back in his bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered, and he was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou out." This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. "He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again." Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest... That's a great thing to hear from the doctor. Let's hope for the best. Where did it go? Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare awestruck at his face. What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. "Jeff," said Lou, "it's not that bad." "Not that bad?" said Jeff. "It's perfect." His family was equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay?" "Okay, I've never felt more happy." "Look at me, this face goes perfectly with me." He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity snapped. Now he was left as crazy killing machine that his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mom, "is my son all right, in the head?" "Oh yes, this behavior is typical for patients that have taken very large amounts of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test." "Oh, thank you, doctor," Jeff's mother said, and went over to Jeff. "Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go." Jeff looks away from the mirror, his face still formed into a crazy smile. "Okay, mommy." His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. "This is what came in," said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son wore. Now they were cleaned of blood and now stitched together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. "Jeff, what are you doing?" asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. "I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever." Jeff's mother noticed his eyes ringed in black. "Jeff, your eyes!" His eyes were seemingly never closing. "I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes were starting to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face." Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful? Yes, son, she said. Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face. She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. Honey, get the gun. She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway, holding a knife. Mommy, you lied. That's the last thing they hear, as Jeff rushes them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. Shh, Jeff said. Just go to sleep. There you go.
Bro, I bet Lou still wished he was in juvie.
Yeah, same. I'm like, send me back to juvie, dude. My brother is whack.
Oh, dude.
That's my favorite one, honestly. That story
that's
is
a good story.
Yeah.
I've heard the whole, like, carving, the smile.
Yeah, it's very Joker-esque, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, for Jeff the Killer, I've heard that part before. But the whole, like, party thing and stuff, I've, like, didn't know about that. Bro.
Wait, what kind of cookies?
Any cookies that you would like.
Well, I don't have cookies. So, sad for me. If we eat them all, there will be no evidence. Wow.
No.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think this party was a good idea. No. Like, the mom and dad were a problem in and of itself. And, yeah, Randy and that group, like, they were, like, what, 12?
You're fucking crazy!
Like, they were nuts.
Like, they had guns and everything? Like,
this is why I wear a tuxedo every time I am in chat. Not the uwu.
That little kid voice was so cute.
I love doing kid
so
voices are
cute.
something that I'm good at. I used to do them all the time when I was reading books to my nephews and niece, so I have those ones in the bag.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't read a lot of like kid voices though, but I do like those are like the easiest ones for me to do.
Okay.
I'm glad you enjoyed my kid voice. Yeah, no,
it was so cute.
I forgot that line, so then when I reread it and I noticed the W's and like all the words, I was like, oh wait, I gotta go back and read it like a kid. I can't.
Gotta make it count. That was a good.
The adults were just standing there while the kids are fighting like this. They pulled out guns, like 12-year-olds with guns, coming to kill you because you beat them up at the bus stop. I mean, he did beat him up pretty severely, but
yeah. Oh my gosh.
I was supposed to go at 7, but I wanted to hear the rest. Gotta go meet my friend. Oh, thank you for staying. You didn't have to, but thank you so much. I'm glad that you got to hear the rest of the story.
Yeah. Have fun.
Have fun with your friend. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Look out for my tweet about your chat comment about the Sonic.exe.
Oh, I forgot that you said you were gonna do that.
Yeah. I can't get over the hot seed. It just...
Oh god.
It hits different. It hits different than coffee. I don't know. I didn't freeze this time.
Good.
The tweet.
Oh boy.
I did have to stop and cough for a moment, but I don't know if you noticed.
I honestly didn't notice.
I coughed a few times. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wait. Can I wave? No.
Oh.
That's peace out. Also peace out. Peace out.
Oh, God. There. I wave. Moving a bit. I wave.
Yeah. Thanks for making it this far in the video.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Please.
Okay.
Okay, now
Here's
it's
the big one.
Yep, it's your big boy.
Oh god. It's I only like read through this like technically one full time and then half. So there might be a few slip ups here and there.
It's all right. I stuttered a little bit here and there.
Okay. Before we start, I have to give Ben Drowns the credit it deserves. Ben Drowns is a 3-part multimedia alternate reality game and web series created by Alex Hall, aka Jayusable. Originating as a creepypasta based on the 2000s action-adventure game The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, and published by Hall from 2010 through 2020, with a hiatus in between. The series is known for creating many of the common tropes and themes of creepypasta that are used nowadays for the subverting themes from the Legend of Zelda series. The series concluded on October 31st, 2020. Today we'll be covering the first part, the most famous part, the haunted cartridge. I originally wanted to do all 3 parts, but holy shit, this thing is like super fucking long, so we're only doing the first part. But it deserved that little intro. I really do love this one. Okay, let me pull up the story. Okay. Wait, what? Did I click on the wrong thing? Hold on a second.
You good,
I did.
bro?
I clicked on the wrong link.
Oh,
That's why
okay.
I was confused.
You
I clicked on the wrong link. Yeah, okay. We're good now. We're good now. Okay. Chapter 1. Day 4. Yeah, there's chapters. Chapter 1, Day 4. Guys, I need your help with this. This is a long read and I'm sorry for that. But I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically having to do with the Zelda game called Majora's Mask. And this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. I recently moved into my dorm room, starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all of those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored beating up the computer. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods about 20 minutes or so off campus, heading up local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, fuck yeah, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there, and only one table was set up with random junk on it. But something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of my car and I was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought it was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I would have never even thought of approaching this man. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for, and immediately I noticed that he must be blind in one eye. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look in his left eye instead, trying not to offend, and asked him if he had any old video games. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me he had no idea what a video game was, but to my surprise, he said he had a few ones in an old box. He assured me he'd be back in a jiffy, and turned to head back to the garage. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across the table were rather peculiar paintings. Various artwork that looked like ink blots that a psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. These weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason it almost looked like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find that game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterward, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked that man about it. I wish I would have asked that man about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit I jumped out of reflex and I laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free, and that it used to belong to a kid that was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird about how the man phrased it, but I didn't really pay attention to it then. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shady copy, and there's no guarantee it would work, but then the optimist inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying, "Goodbye then." At least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the card ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine. And there was one save file named simply Ben. Goodbye, Ben. He was saying goodbye, Ben. I felt bad for the man. Obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile, and for some reason or another reminded him of his grandson, Ben. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file, eyeballing it. I could tell that he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3 out of the 4 remains of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save the game. He was on day 3 and by the Stone Tower Temple, with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but he never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady-looking game cartridge, I was impressed how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that the times the PC would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out though. After a while, and it was around after I beat the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went in and to the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file just out of respect of the game's original owner. But it's not like I needed 2 files anyway. Hoping that would solve the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should be in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file was still called Link though. Frustrated, and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora Mask players will know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't, you can Google it, but the gist of it is that right as the clock is about to hit midnight on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Deciding to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple, I happened to get it right on the first try, and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for that area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appears here. I tried moving around the area, but no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up for about 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach the reset button when text appeared on my screen. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Aju at the Stockpot Inn. But why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started to navigate the room again, testing to see if this was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was. To even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on my screen, and again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple's boss. Yes or no? I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react. When I realized that I couldn't select no, taking a deep breath, I pressed yes, and the screen faded to white with the words, Dawn of a New Day, with the subtext. So there's I think 6 or 7 eyes here. I. Beneath it, where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear I'd ever experienced. The only way I can describe the way it felt here is having this feeling of inexplainable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, only to find that all of the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the 4-day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that run around outside the tower. This time, they were all gone. What replaced them was an ominous feeling that there was something out there, in the same area as me, that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point, I wasn't even considered for my avatar. I felt that I personally was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the Song of Healing, ripped straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up, so as if you should expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did. And the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then I would hear the faint laugh of the happy masked salesman in the background, just quiet enough, so I wasn't sure if I was hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown, only to find nothing. No one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken. Hopelessly broken. As the reverse Song of Healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time, I just remembered standing in the middle of South Clock Tower, realizing that I'd never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I didn't know whether it was the combination of the out-of-place textures and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of once peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears, and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cried, and that's not just some macho guy front that I'm putting on, but something had gripped me here. This powerful sense of depression that was both foreign and crippling took hold of me through a TV screen that I didn't even know how to cope with. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black and I'd just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape, and I did not want to be here. But every time I played the Song of Time or the Song of Soaring, it would only say, "Your notes echo far," but nothing happens. By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. It didn't want me to go inside the buildings. I felt that I'd be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and out towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman smiling at me. Not Link, me, with Skull Kid's scream playing in the background, and when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from playing the Song of Eulogy of Emptiness. I let out an audible yelp as the thing just stared back at me with a haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out of the laundry pool and back into South Clock Tower, and to my horror, the fucking statue followed me, and the only way I can compare this is like the weeping angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me like I was summoning it with my ocarina. It was like the thing was chasing me. I didn't even want to fucking say it anymore. To say it, haunting me. Okay, hold on a second. For some reason, this laptop is not charging. What the fuck, dude? Really?
We're on a timeout. Dude, that statue part actually, gave me shivers.
You should look it up because that statue is actually pretty creepy looking.
I know what the weeping statue from Doctor Who look like, so if it looks like those, I know.
Well, the actual statue from the game is creepy looking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I'll just Google it now while you figure it out.
Yeah, sorry. For some reason.
It's all good. It's good. It's good.
Okay. There we go. I got it. I didn't even realize that it was undone, but it was. That's why I was like, what do you mean dying? What the heck? Okay. While you look that up, I will continue.
Go ahead.
By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics. But not even once did the thought of turning on... Doesn't it look fucking creepy?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the mask from Crash Bandicoot. Honestly, a little bit.
Did you look up the statue or the mask?
Statue.
Okay, because the statue is supposed to look like Link.
Oh, that's like... Okay,
It's a funny looking...
It popped up the mask. It popped up the mask, not the statue. I do see the statue now, though.
Now that you know what both looks like, though, that's good.
He's in the meme.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, the statue's in the meme.
Okay, continuing. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics, but not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me.
Did someone call?
I don't know why. I was so wrapped up in it. The terror felt all so real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I'd never, ever seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spaz randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with the fucking statue again. Look up the smiling mask salesman too, because the character himself looks pretty fucking creepy as well.
Okay. Smiling
I ended up running into the Sword Master dojo and ran to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. To my dismay, I found no one. But as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the back. I know, right?
Yeah.
I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused and backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the happy mask salesman, and Link turned to face my screen. Standing upright, nearing the statue, looking at me along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered, while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly, the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and the reverse song of healing queued up again as I was given a brief moment to reset before the statue started appearing behind me again, this time aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in the southern clock tower again. As I aimlessly, in sheer panic, suddenly a re-dead screamed, and the screen faded to a black as dawn of a new day, and I appeared again. You should look up what a re-dead is too, bro. I wish I would have had you look these things up beforehand, but these are all elements of, like, Legend of Zelda that are already pretty creepy by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wish you could listen to the re-dead scream right now too. It's actually pretty,
I'll listen to it
it's
after.
not-
I'll
it's
keep
not
a
a-
list. I'll keep a list of
Yeah.
everything I need to look up.
the
Well,
re-dead
eventually I
scream
should
is
probably play them.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the re-dead scream is not something you would like to listen to. Okay.
DBZ! Hello! Are you not...
Hello!
Oh, wait. Are you still streaming? Oh, no, you ended. Well, there goes our plan.
Oh, yeah. If you were still streaming, we were gonna raid you.
Every time we plan to raid people, they just come into our stream, so
To our
then we
stream.
can't... Yeah, so we can't raid
Yeah.
them. It's alright.
I'm reading
Oh,
Ben
no.
Drowned right now.
Yeah.
Reading Ben Drowned.
Sad. Enzo!
Yeah, Enzo.
Enzo was the first culprit, coming in right when
Yeah.
we were trying to raid him. That one was like exactly when we were trying to raid him, and then luckily, I guess it didn't work, because we would have raided him right when he was raiding us.
Ending, yeah. Okay, where was I? Okay.
Good memories.
Okay, here we go. We're still on chapter 1, guys. Chapter 1, I feel like, is the longest, though, so. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of Clock Tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again. Silent. I looked up and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head. But the Skull Kid just stared at me, hauntingly, with the fucking mask. A new song was playing. The Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid, and it actually hit him. And he played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, a text box appeared saying, "That won't do you any good. Hee hee." And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I jumped when this happened. I had never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death scene played, my lifeless body still burning, the Skull Kid laughed, and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force, and he immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death scene, the faint sound of the reverse song of healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time, that all there was an eerie silence. I remember that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body was once again horrifically, exploded into flames, and he died. As the death scene neared its end, it began to chug as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time Link was lying on the ground, dead, in a position I've never seen in the game before. His head tilted towards the camera, with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move, I couldn't press any buttons, all I could do was just stare at Link's dead body. After about 30 seconds of this, the game simply fades out with the message, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" before kicking you out of the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with "Your Turn." Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately when I did, I returned to Clock Tower rooftop scene of my Link dead and the Skull Kid hovering over, with the Skull Kid's laugh looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more saved file added. Below Your Turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file is right back where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple with the moon almost crashing. I turned the game off at that point. I was not superstitious, but this is way too fucked up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse Song of Healing's music in my head, and just remembering the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going there alone. Only to find that there's a for sale sign in the front yard. And when I rang the doorbell, no one was home. So now I'm back here writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of this has grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, and more so, now that I relived it a second time, writing this all down, but I feel like there's still more to it that meets the eye, and that there's something calling me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the old man, then I'd be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity. I feel like, but nothing like I do. But next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea to record only came to me towards the end. So you see the last few minutes of what I saw, including Skull Kid and the eulogy statue. But it's on YouTube. I'll update you guys tomorrow when I play it again. So yeah, we're not going to be able to play the clips on stream, sadly. But, I don't know, should we link them in chat? Or should we, link them later on Twitter?
We can link them in, Twitter and the YouTube VOD. And,
Okay.
we can link them in chat if you want. But...
We'll just make people wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be
the clips,
patient.
though... The clips,
I have cough drops in, by the way, so if my mouth is moving, I'm not muted and, not talking. It's just, the model moves with my cough drop.
That's fine. The clips, when you watch the clips, though, it really does, I feel like, make a difference. It really puts everything into perspective. So.
I'm saving my thoughts for the end, but this is very... Okay. I can tell that one of these other stories got influence from this story in its writing. Yeah.
Yep. With this, though, the person's supposed to be going crazy, so the small mix-ups here and there.
Yeah.
One is just me, reader error, but 2, actual, typos and stuff.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
No, it's a better version of the other one, is what I'm saying.
Chapter 2. Ben. I'm going to post what happened and leak the video footage, but last night, everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after posting what happened, but last night, the eulogy of emptiness statue, I had a dream about it. I dreamt that it was following me in my dream, that I'd be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hairs stand up on end. I'd turn around, that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue, would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could, I drove back up to that neighborhood to see if the old man came back. As I expected, the car was still gone and no one was home. As I was walking back to my car, the man next door mowing the grass killed the power to his lawnmower and asked me if I was looking for someone. I told him I was looking to talk to the old man that lived here, to which he told me what I already knew. He was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the old man had any family or relatives I could talk to. I discovered this old man had never been married, nor did he have any children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question, one that I should have asked from the beginning. Who was Ben? The man's expression turned grim. I learned that 4 doors down around 8 years ago on April 23rd, the man informed me that it was the same day as his anniversary. That's how he knew the specific date. There was an accident with a young boy named Ben in the neighborhood. Shortly after his parents moved, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man to get more information, he wouldn't divulge anything else. I went back and started playing again. I loaded up the game and immediately I jumped at the title screen where the mask flies by. The sound that played was not the normal whoosh sound. It sounded something much more high-pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst, but just like 2 nights ago, the files Your Turn and Ben were displayed. I brought up the Ben file, hesitated for a moment, noticing the stats were not the same as the original were 2 days ago. It seemed like he already completed the Stone Tower Temple this time. Summoning my courage, I selected it. Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was outside the Stone Tower, but that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Tower Temple, but rather Stone. And immediately a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me. Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked violently to the side, where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotone. He had an expression on his face that I didn't recognize before. It was a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spazzed irregularly back and forth, and I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed I had a C button item I had never seen before. Some kind of note, but pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth that I didn't recognize from the game, almost demotic in nature, and there was some kind of high-pitched yip or some kind of laugh or something playing in the background. I had all of 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those fucking eulogy of emptiness statues was summoned, and immediately after I was cut into the dawn of a new day scene. Except this time without the I subtext. I was a Deku scrub in Clocktown. This scene would normally play after the first time you travel back in time. Tati would say, What just happened? It's as if everything has. But instead of saying, started over, she finished her remark in broken text as the laugh of the happy mask salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from a fucked up angle. I was looking from behind the door to the camera to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as a Deku scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go, because I couldn't see anything, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I cannot remember how to pronounce this. Begrudedly went inside the door. There I was greeted by the happy mask salesman who simply told me, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" Before the screen whited out. I was in Termina Field as a human again. I might as well not have been playing the same game anymore. I was being warped around, and there was no sign of a day clock or anything. I took the moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field, and immediately I could tell that this was not normal. There was no enemies, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman theme was playing. I decided to run towards Woodfall before I noticed a greeting of 3 figures off to the side, one of them being Epona. Epona's his horse, by the way. As I approached them, to my horror, I saw the Happy Mask Salesman, the Skull Kid, in the Eulogy of Emptiness statue, just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but by now, I told myself I should have known better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully and found that the Skull Kid was playing some kind of idle animation on loop. Same with Epona, and the Eulogy of Emptiness statue was doing what it's been doing all along, just standing there, eerily. It was the Happy Mask Salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other two. He was too idle, wearing that shit-eating grin. But wherever I moved, his head slowly turned and followed me. I had not engaged in any dialogue with him, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. Reminded of my first encounter with the Skull Kid on top of Clock Tower, I pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played the ding sound when you're supposed to play your ocarina, and I tried a song that I haven't played yet, the Happy Mask Salesman's own song, and the song that had been playing on loop back in day 4, the Song of Healing. I finished playing the song as I did, an ear-piercing shriek blasted on my TV. The sky immediately started flashing. The Happy Mask Salesman twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The 3 figures stayed lit up during my death scene as they watched my lifeless body burn. That same fear that caused me to lose sleep 2 days ago started to grip me again as I was met with the text, "You've met with a horrible fate, haven't you?" For the 3rd time. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. I had little time to ponder as I was immediately given another small cutscene of transforming into a Zora, the species of creature that live underwater in Zelda. And now I found myself in the Great Temple Bay, hesitant, but curious to see what the game had in store for me. I slowly made my way towards the beach where I found Link's horse Epona. I wondered why the game had decided to put her here. Was the game implying she was trying to get a drink? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason why she was placed there. Suddenly, I realized that Epona kept neighing, and that she was and the way she was angled made it look like she was trying to signal a point to me off in the distance. It was a hunch, but I dove into the Great Bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last Eulogy of Emptiness statue. I went down to examine it, and suddenly my Zora started doing a choking animation. I had never seen a Zora do before, which didn't even make any sense because Zora can breathe underwater. Regardless, my character choked to death and died, and again the statue was the only thing that was highlighted in my death. I didn't respond this time. I was booted back to the main menus if I restarted the console. The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why it put me here is because the save files had changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start. And I was right. The new save files told me about Ben. Now it made sense why the statue appeared, why I tried to go to Laundry Pool. The game must have had anticipated how I would have tried to escape the day 4 o'clock town. 2 save files told me his fate. As I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me. It taunts me with the new save files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further, but I'm done with this shit. I'm not touching any more of the files. This is already way too horrifying for me, and I don't even believe in the paranormal, but I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me this message? I don't understand it. I just get too depressed thinking about all this. The footage is up here for those who want to see it and try to analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in gibberish or something in symbolic in what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to fuck with it anymore. Some of you guys may give me shit for this, but you can't imagine how taxing this is for me emotionally. It's one thing to see this footage and read what I have to say. It's another, entirely, when you're playing this by yourself, and it's like the game is actually trying to reach out to you personally. I don't know anymore. And again, there's clip. So
Yeah.
the first clip is titled Day 4. Okay. And it's a WMV. The next one is titled Ben.
Okay.
Just so you know, they have titles, so I thought I'd mention. The titles match the chapters, so.
Too many feels.
Chapter 3, Drowned. I know it's super early in the morning. I've stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care if people see this. That's not the point. I just want the word to get spread so I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to type about this. The less I dwell on this, the better. I think the video just speaks for itself. I did what you guys
Hello,
told me to
AA.
do. Hello, AA.
Oh wait, I gotta send my favorite AA emote. The one I send in every stream I'm ever in, ever. It has been a fun geektastic night.
We're reading creepypastas.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Yeah,
I'm
I
in
send
the
it
middle.
in Enzo stream a lot. I send it in any stream that I watch. I send that.
I do love that one.
It's
That
my
one's
favorite one.
Yeah. It's a cute one.
It's very cute.
I'm gonna take a small
Also
sip of
the
water.
AA gun one. I also use that one a lot. I don't think I've seen that one. It's always a vibe. It really is. Here, let me show you the gun one, Lila. This one. I send this a lot in end streams.
I need another sip of water real quick. Oh, that's so cute.
Hold them up. That's how I picture that emote.
Okay, I'm going back.
Okay.
Wrong mouse. Oops. I did what you guys told me to do. I played the Eulogy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game I was given. But I think that's what the game, or Ben, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm even humoring that absurd idea that he exists in the game, wanted me to do. He's following me now. Not just in the game, he's in my dreams. I see him all the time behind my back just watching me. I haven't gone to any of my classes. I've stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. That way, I know he can't watch me. But he still gets me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. It talked to me for the first time, not just using text that's already in the game. It spoke to me, talked to me, it referenced Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my whole life back. Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again. I'm so far away from home here at school. I just want to hug my mom again. I just want to forget this statue's horrible, blank face. My original game file is back, just the way I left it before it was gone. I don't want to play anymore. I feel like something bad will happen if I don't. But that's impossible. It's just a video game. Sponsored or not, it can't hurt me, right? Like, seriously, though. It can't, right? That's what I keep telling myself. But every time I think about it, I'm not so sure. And then this clip is titled Drowned. You guys are gonna have to check these out later if you haven't seen them before. Okay.
AA also knows Ben Drowned.
Oh, good.
Mhm.
Did you know that there's 3 parts to it? It finished in 2020.
Ben Drowned. A classic.
It finished in 2020, but we're not
I'm old internet. I feel
reading
that.
all 3 parts. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
also old internet.
Oh,
Same.
jeez.
Like on
I
that
think
something awful thread.
age is showing. No, I'm kidding.
We're all old.
Me.
We're all
Me.
old here.
We're old. If you guys haven't seen parts 2 and 3 of this creepypasta, The Moon Children and the Awakening, I highly suggest checking them out. They're super long though, so we decided not to do them on stream. But
well,
it is fairly
we'll
newer.
do them eventually. Just not
Eventually,
in this
yeah.
stream, yeah.
It's just, it
Yeah,
like
no.
it
Yeah.
the
I
last
also want to
part
play
came out 2
Slenderman.
years ago. Yes.
Yeah. That was one of the, I don't know if you were streaming, but one of them we talked about, one of the creepypastas was Slenderman.
Yeah. Okay. Chapter 4. J-usable. And side note, I actually looked up how to pronounce this, and the creator, Alex, pronounced this so many different ways. There's actually a mashup video of him pronouncing it like a couple different ways. I'm like, bro. So I don't even feel bad if I'm
game
like
of the 21st century. Changed my mind.
Okay, chapter 4. J-usable. Let me just clear things up. I know you guys are worried, but J-usable is okay. He finished moving out today, and he said he's going back home. He's just taking the semester off. I'm not really sure what happened. I have a vague idea, but you guys probably know more than I do. I'm J-usable's roommate, and obviously, I knew something was wrong with him for a few days now. He just stayed in his room all the time, fell out of contact with literally all of his friends, and I'm pretty sure he hadn't been eating hardly anything. After the second day, I couldn't stay in there anymore, so I've been crashing at a buddy's place, only coming in my room to get stuff that I needed. I tried talking to him several times, but he would cut me off or keep the conversation brief when I asked him about his strange behavior. It's like he was convinced something was hunting him. Yesterday, I came to grab my philosophy book, and he approached me, looking awful, like horrible bags under his eyes. He handed me a flash drive and gave me specific instructions. He told me that he needs me to do one last favor for him. He finally explained to me what has been going on, gave me the account info to his YouTube account, and told me that he's getting away from here, that it lured him to play it again, and instead of trying to change things, and that he shouldn't have done that, and to upload the footage and inform people what happened. I told him that he could do it himself, and he got this wild look in his eyes, and he told me that he is never looking at that game again. And that's the last thing he said to me. He never even said bye when his parents came to pick him up. I never even got to meet his parents. I honestly can't tell you what happened. When he spoke, it was kind of hard to understand, and this fucked up appearance really distracted me. On the flash drive, there was the footage of the game last night, a text doc with the name and password for YouTube, and a third document called The Truth, containing what he told me was his notes that he had taken. He told me that this meant everything to him, and that I followed his instructions exactly. Normally I wouldn't be so to the letter for a request over a fucking video game, but the way he spoke and the way he looked made me know that this was really serious, and I'm going to honor that. I've had this video since yesterday, but had to have someone help me use Pinnacle. That's not really my forte. That after watching it, I had to go back through and look at his old videos on his YouTube accounts to realize what was going on. And even then, I was really confused. The video I'm releasing tonight, the Truth Doc, will be released on September 15th, just like he requested. I haven't dared peek at it yet, so the first time I see it will be the first time you see it, out of respect to my friend. To answer your questions, no. I haven't tried calling him yet. I think I'll give him a call tomorrow to see if he's okay or not. He should have gone back home by now. But about the video. In this video, I cut straight to when he loaded the Ben file in the game. Looking back, I realized that Jayusable left the save select screen in because it said different names sometimes. So my bad for that. But all it said this time was the same thing at the end of the last video. Link and Ben. Nothing different. I wasn't there when he played it, but it looks to me like in the beginning when he first spawns, he's testing out his equipment or seeing what items he has or something, because apparently they've changed randomly before. Then, after, I just think the game got too personal for him. And there is another clip called Jayusable. So that was the roommate typing. Remember that. Chapter 5, The Truth. As promised, Jayusable, or rather his roommate, posted a link to download the truth document at 11:04 p.m. Jayusable's post was uncharacteristically short and simple. The words, "Honesty is the best policy," followed by a downloadable link. The document contains all of the notes that Jayusable had been taking during the entire ordeal, and now they were available to the entire world. And I will be opening up that doc if you just give me a second. There we go. Whew, little stretch. Okay.
How you doing? How you doing?
Whew. Okay, here we go. Hey guys, Jayusable here. This will be the last time you'll be hearing from me, and this is my final gift to you. These are all the notes that I have taken, and the realizations I've made. Before I delve into this, I want to thank you for following me, and thank you for listening. It feels like a weight of a powerful burden is about to be lifted. By the time you've read this, I won't be around anymore. But after spending 4 days with this maddening game, I've begun to understand what's really at play here. And hopefully, after reading this, we can ensure that this never happens again. There are things that I could not share with you while this was going on, due to the circumstances to which I'll explain. With Ben blocking any attempt I made to try and relay the truth to you, I tried ever so subtly to warn you guys in various ways. Amidst the chaos and my delirium, I diversed a make barely noticeable pattern in my videos. In all 5 videos I recorded over the 4 days, I had either had the Mask of Truth interlaced with a Gossip Stone or the Lens of Truth equipped at some point. Interacted with a Gossip, or Lens of Truth, okay. For you Zelda enthusiasts, these are all symbols of honesty and trustworthiness. And I would hope that one of you may have picked up on the reference. As I played the file, which I would name Ben, being mindful of how Ben was watching over me every move in the game, I made a point to avoid doing anything too obvious, but I sent out a hidden message to you guys. I never equipped the lens, nor the mask, nor visited a stone. It worked, and the video was uploaded. I prayed that someone would notice the pattern didn't apply to Ben. The tags followed suit too. I hope you guys paid attention to those as well. These were my little messages to you. Nothing big enough that would catch Ben's attention or make him suspect anything. With Ben manipulating and changing my files, I honestly hope that you guys saw was close to what actually happened, but there is no way for me to know. This may be a long read. I don't have time to proofread or make all of my research pretty. But here it all is. September 6, 2010, 11 p.m. Can't believe what happened. Not sure if this is some kind of elaborate hoax despite the fear. I can't help but be curious about this. Who or what is the statue? A lot of questions here. I'm starting this document as a diary, so I can keep track of everything. I'm typing a summary of what happened so I can come back to it later. September 7th, 2010. 2:10 a.m. And this was the post for day 4 with the video of day 4. 4:23 a.m. I can't sleep. I've been trying so hard, but the harder I try, I just get more restless. I just feel like the statue is appearing whenever I close my eyes. 8:20 a.m. Didn't sleep at all. Just got to start my day. I don't think I have the energy to go to class today. I'm going to drive back down to talk to that old man. Taking my buddy Tyler with me just in case. 1:18 p.m. Back home now. No sign of the old man. Really weird that he appears to be moving the next day. But maybe the for sale sign was up there yesterday and I just didn't notice. Tyler wants to know what's gotten me all worked up. I didn't tell him. Going to eat. Feel like death. 3:46 p.m. Could have sworn driving back from a subway that I saw the eulogy statue burned in some shrubs staring at me go by. Now I definitely need sleep. 5 p.m. Don't think a lot of people would believe me if I told them what's happening. Think I'm going to try posting this on the internet. Think I'll just use the summary of these notes. Are pretty sporadic. 6 p.m. Connected my capture card to my computer to upload the footage. Thought my computer froze for a second. Made this strange popping sound when I hooked everything up. But now it seems to be working fine again. My computer can't die on me now. 7 p.m. Footage is finished uploading. The quality is a lot better than I thought it would be. Gee, guess this is really specific cartridge. I've never had it come through this clear before. What?
Are you wanting us?
Yeah.
Double I said, Lila's capture glitching a bit made me realize how creepy it could be if you cut in like a few seconds of that creepy statue while she told the story.
Dude! Yeah.
I mean, technically, let me see if I...
Oh my god. 8:45 p.m. Though I saw an icon pop up on my desktop that looked like the statue's face for a split second, gave me quite a scare. Getting really unnerved and delirious. I'm going to crash after this. 9 p.m. Began uploading my YouTube video on alternate account. 9:03 p.m. I don't remember having uploaded a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video last year. This was probably the account I shared with a friend of mine last summer. I hope he doesn't mind using it to upload this. And I'm gonna jump back. So, about that video, bonus chapter, Rosa. On September 7th, 2010, when the day 4 was first released, JUsable only had 2 other videos on his YouTube account profile. One of the random gameplays consuming footage from the game Prototype, seemingly unrelated, and a more cryptic video by a character named Rosa from the Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines. Both of these videos were uploaded a year before the haunted Majora's Mask story began. While the Prototype video was standard fare for someone to have on YouTube, the Rosa video was almost curiously out of place. All it contained was the dialogue of an unimportant character in the game made back in 2003, and that was the extent of it. Rosa, in the Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, has a mutation which causes her to predict the future, and she gives cryptic clues as to what the game's plot is. At first, she was only a side thought to those desperately trying to help JUsable beat the Majora's Mask game to stop the haunting. But as the story progressed, people began to notice that there were some disturbing similarities between her cryptid messages and what was happening to JUsable. The video description itself contained hidden words that were central to the haunting: drowned, stoned, lone wolf, fourth wall, and viewers suddenly realized this was far too much of a coincidence to be unrelated. After talking to her, you end up being drowned in dialogue. Several of the things she alludes are kind of vague, though, like the lone wolf. when I first played the game at Nightstone. Horrifyingly over the course of the story, but a few of Rose's predictions would come true. From describing the locals J-Usable would visit to the foes he would face, all leading up to her now infamous phrase in the video. Player, any advice at all? Something that's going to save my life. Rosa. Don't open it. With such a vague phrase to go on, no one really knew what it could mean. At first, everyone assumed Rosa was telling J-Usable not to open Majora's Mask file because it was haunted, but it was later discovered Rosa was trying to warn the very viewers themselves about an incident that would happen after J-Usable had released his fourth and final video. And there is also a video that goes with this that we cannot play. What?
You'll see it when you look back at the VOD.
Okay.
It's funny. You'll like it.
Okay. Going back to that day, 9:55 p.m. Posting my summary of day 4 with a link to YouTube video. Going to try to stay awake, but I'm so tired right now. September 8th, 2010. 10:48 a.m. I had a dream about the statue. I dreamt that it was following me in my dreams, that I'd be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hairs stand up on end. I would turn around and that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue, would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben. Power of suggestion, most likely, but never before had I ever dreamt that I could remember so vividly. 11:21 a.m. I really don't want to play this game again. I think I'm going to go back and see if that old man's there instead. 1:35 p.m. No old man, but I had an interesting conversation with the neighbor. I'll post the full thing with my summary on tonight's attempt at playing the game. Going to wait a bit though and see if I can dig up any information on this Ben guy. 2:45 p.m. I've been getting random, inexplainable headaches due to the lack of sleep and keep hearing that song in my head. Also, it's flu season, so I need to be careful not to get sick. My immune system's going to be shit right now because of that old nighter. 3:02 p.m. My computer, just on its own, opened up a text doc and wrote the words hi and cleverbot.com. By itself. What? What the fuck? 3:46 p.m. I went to the website. It's one of those bot chatting programs. I think it's best if I just let the conversation speak for itself. 9:8:10's conversation. User. Hello? Cleverbot. Hello. User. Who is this, and why are you able to control my computer? Cleverbot. Who am I? User. Right. Forgot. You're a bot. Cleverbot. Do you really think that? User. Listen, I know whoever's fucking with my computer can see my screen right now. Cleverbot. Yes. User. Yeah, and I'll wager that you're one of those IT kids that thinks he's tough shit. You know what you're doing right now is illegal, right? Cleverbot. Is it? User. No shit. Are you familiar with the terms invasion of privacy? Get the fuck off my computer, kid. Cleverbot. I am your computer. User. Cool story. Anyway, I'm calling DPS. You picked a bad time to fuck with me, kid. Cleverbot. Should I wait until you play the game then? User. What? Cleverbot. The game. User. Majora's Mask? Cleverbot. Yes. User. How did you know about that? Cleverbot. Because. User. Because what? Cleverbot. I did it. User. Did what? Cleverbot. I played with you. User. What the fuck? Cleverbot. Were you scared? User. Who the fuck is this? Cleverbot. Ben. User. The statue? You're inside my computer now? Cleverbot. Yes. User. How? Cleverbot. You connected me. User. How the hell did I connect you? Cleverbot. Cables and cords. User. How? Cleverbot. Tell me about yourself. User. What? Cleverbot. Tell me about yourself. User. What do you mean? Cleverbot. What is it that really scares you? User. What the fuck? Cleverbot. Answer. User. No. Cleverbot. Answer. User. What the fuck? How the fuck did you just open that by yourself? Cleverbot. I am your computer now. User. How much can you control? Cleverbot. All. User. What do you want from me? Cleverbot. To entertain. User. You're stuck inside there. You can't hurt me. Cleverbot. Ha. User. Question mark. Cleverbot. Go play. User. No, you can't hurt me. Cleverbot. That took you longer to type that. User. So? Cleverbot. You're not sure. User. If you're so powerful, why use a ridiculous website like this to chat with me? Cleverbot. Less messy, more structured. Fun. User. Fun! Cleverbot. Yes. Tradition. I like it. User. You think it's funny? Cleverbot. Amusing. User. And my notes? Cleverbot. You may write them down. User. Why are you letting me? Cleverbot. It is amusing to see what you think of me. Window closes. 3:50 p.m. What have I done? I've invited it into my computer. I continue to write these notes, write my summaries. I feel like I'm a prisoner in my one place of security. I don't know. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or not. I feel like I'm fucking insane right now. I can feel it watching over me. Even as I type this, Ben is controlling everything in the game, toying with me, leading me like a sheep. But for what? What's the purpose? I know Ben drowned, but why these hauntings? What the fuck am I even doing? It can probably even see this right now. 4:35 p.m. And this was when he uploaded the summary of Ben. 7:18 p.m. Ben called me to Cleverbot again. He tells me that he's sorry and wants to be free, and that I can free him. That just like how he got on my computer from the capture card, he can spread, but he needs my help. He says I'm special because I can help him. That is the first nice thing he has said. He promises to leave me alone if I do. He swears he will. I don't know what to think right now. How can I even trust this thing? 7:20 p.m. I'm terrified of it, but now it's saying that it was just having fun. It's twisted and fucked up version of fun. He's saying that the game is over. I do want it to be over. He says that he just wants to be free, that he's trapped in the cartridge in my computer and he wants to be freed. I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I don't know how long I can deal with the watching. It's watching me every move, every keystroke. I have nothing private anymore. It knows everything that's been on my computer. It tells that if I wanted to, it could do horrible things to me, but it hasn't. So should I trust it? 8:01 p.m. Something tells me that I'm being played again, just like in the game. 9:29 p.m. Ben called to me to Cleverbot again. I ignored it and went to go take a shower. When I came back, I was welcomed with an image of the eulogy statue staring at me with those dead eyes. I don't want to talk to him. 9:44 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 9:56 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking. 10:06 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:12 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:45 p.m. It's been more than a half an hour, and the messages have stopped. Ben has stopped. I'm beginning to think that Ben isn't confined to just my computer and cartridge. I'm beginning to feel something. It's hard to explain. I've never been spiritual, but there's something different about the air in my dorm room now. 11:42 p.m. I'm beginning to see the eulogy statue randomly as I search the internet in places I shouldn't. Places where he shouldn't be. I'd be scrolling down and suddenly I'd be staring at the picture of the eulogy statue. Always the eulogy statue. I don't know how much of this I can take. September 9th, 2010, 12:35 a.m. My worst fears confirmed. Ben has tampered with my summary of Ben. I looked at the summary that I posted on various forms of the Ben WMV file and the parts that have been omitted. There's no mention of Ben existing outside of the game. There's no mention of the Moon Children. How could he have been that quick to delete the post without me noticing? I've wondered if maybe it appeared to me that I was posting everything, but in reality, Ben was posted his own censored version. I'm going to ask Ben why he did it. 12:50 a.m. He isn't responding to me on Cleverbot. It's just giving generic responses it usually does. I'm just talking to a bot this time. 1:24 a.m. I think Ben is mad at me. 10:43 a.m. The Moon Children appeared in my dreams last night. They lifted up their masks to reveal their hideously disfigured faces. Maggots crawling out of their orifices?
Orifices?
Yes, orifices. Oh my god. Sunken black holes where their eyes should be. A yellow smile that slowly grew bigger and bigger as they came closer to me. They told me they wanted to play. I tried to run from them, but the 4 children pinned me down to the ground with surprising strength. Over them stood the happy mask salesman, announcing that he had a new mask that he wanted to try. In its spastic, sudden movements, matching his in-game appearance, he took out a mask of modeled off someone's face that I couldn't recognize, a younger-looking face, and handed it to the Moon Children. Giggling, they latched it to my face. Their horrible, broken bodies bounced up and down. 2 of them held me down while the other 2 began to sew the mask on my face. My shrieks and screams caused the happy mask salesman's face to turn into the most horrific smile I have ever seen. He sporadically moved around, examining this procedure like a curious doctor. In that impossible movement, I flailed around, but it was no use. My eyes rolled in the back of my head because of the pain. It felt so real. But I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. I just couldn't wake up. After the mask was melded onto my flesh, they began sewing my legs together, and then my arms. The horrific feeling of the needle puncturing your legs and pulling them in, rupturing your Achilles and tendons and tying them together, resonated throughout my entire body. I tried to scream, but the mask was pressed so tightly against my face that it was my new face. And my new face had no mouth. I didn't make a sound. I tried telling myself in my head that I was dreaming. I tried telling myself again and again, and suddenly the Moon Children stopped and looked at me. They just stared. And the happy mask salesman slowly bent down and stared at me inches away from my face and grinned when he simply said, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" Before the Moon Children resumed with increased vigor, I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up. It wouldn't let me wake up until they had crafted me into another eulogy statue. I woke up sweating, crying, and shaking uncontrollably. I immediately ran to my computer and went for Ben. September 9th. Wait. 9910's conversation. User. Answer me, Ben. Cleverbot. Welcome back. User. What is the point of doing this? Why? Cleverbot. I'm using to see. User. How? Cleverbot. Fun to play. Fun to toy with you. Make you feel safe. User. Cleverbot. I wonder how you would have reacted. User. To what? Cleverbot. If I hadn't revealed myself and stayed hidden, only doing little things to play with you. Close out of your windows. Turn off your computer. Move your mouths by itself. Little things make you wonder if I am there. But you never know. Give you little hints that I am. Cleverbot. I wanted to do something different with you. User. You've done this before? Cleverbot. Yes, and I will do it again. User. To whom, Ben? Cleverbot. User. Did you know Ben? Cleverbot. Won't tell you that information. User. How did Ben die? Cleverbot. You know. User. No. But how did he drown? Cleverbot. Won't tell that to you. User. Why? Cleverbot. It is reserved for another. User. Who? Cleverbot. Another who asks. User. When? Cleverbot. Later. The window is closed. I'm beginning to think that this thing maybe isn't Ben at all. In its sadistic nature, I wouldn't be surprised if it took the boy's name after it killed him. 12:04 p.m. My room is beginning to feel different again. There's something out there. I feel really threatened, like there's something that is just trying to reach out to me and strangle me, but it can't quite get there. 12:46 p.m. I think Ben doesn't want to play with me anymore. I'll play again. I'll play the game again. Ben, can you see this? I'll play the game again. Please, just stop this. Please. 1:41 p.m. I'm going insane trying to decide what is real and what isn't. Is Ben just playing a trick on me? Or is this for real? Is Ben generating these replies, or are people actually posting them? Did I just see the screen flicker, or was it my imagination? Imagine depending on the internet and trusting your eyes for your entire life and then being blinded. You can't rely on it anymore. You second guess everything. For the brief moment, I am looking at my responses to the videos. People were pointing out things that looked faked or photoshopped or whatever, and there is literally no way for me to know if Ben changed something on purpose to try and shut me up, or if maybe these replies were just constructed by Ben to try and discourage me from even reaching out. See, I get fucking caught in an infinite mindfuck loop like this, and this is what's been wearing on my sanity and pushing me to the edge. As I'm writing this, there's no way of even telling if anyone even cares as much as I think they do. Just another fucking trick. Does this whole document even exist? Am I writing nothing? 9910's Conversation 2. User. What is it? What's the point of playing? I die whenever I do anything. Cleverbot. You die because you can't figure out the secret. User. What? Cleverbot. Thematic. User. What the fuck are you talking about? Cleverbot. Their beauty in your suffering. The window is closed. 4:09 p.m. Ben is making me play the game again. It tells me that it is something very important to show me. 6:23 p.m. The summary of Drowned was uploaded. 9:09 p.m. The summary of the children's playthrough was uploaded. September 10th, 2010, 11:52 a.m. The Drowned WMV playthrough was up when I woke up today. I remember typing it, but I don't ever remember posting it. He censored it again. There's no mentioning of the old man. I have no voice anymore. I'm only posting what he wants. I am the mask he uses to disguise himself as he lies. 11:55 a.m. There's an entire video summary of a video that I don't remember doing. Reading through the summary, this sounds morbid. Resembling the dream from 2 nights ago, except as if there's another entirely from Ben. Something happened last night that I can't remember. I'm posting the forced summary to the forums now. Shadow of my chair moved. 12 p.m. Ben won't let me visit YouTube. I can browse the rest of the sites, but he keeps exiting the window when I go to YouTube. Why? 2:02 p.m. I'm feeling the air start to constrict. I don't think I'm alone here. Whatever aura has been here is getting more violent. 2:44 p.m. I'm trying to contact Ben on Cleverbot. He's not responding. I just get the AI. 3:51 p.m. My ears aren't fooling me. I'm hearing the reverse song of healing. I keep hearing it. 4:23 p.m. I'm now positive of it. Earlier I thought it was a weird coincidence, but just now I went to open my window, and 3 floors down at the ground level, I saw the old man. I'm completely positive I did. The same guy. He was just staring up at my window, standing in the middle of the campus. If any students took notice of him, they didn't seem to acknowledge it. And that's where my notes end. I fled my room taking the cartridge with me. I don't want to go into details of what happened. I'll lose my train of thought as I hammer out these last details. It's been roughly 2 days since then. This is my last summary and service to you of the final video you guys saw, Matt.wmv. The last video entry I made, Matt.wmv, began as normal. I was spawned in Clock Tower as usual. Nothing seemed to be out of place. Determined to set things right and play the Oath to Order on top of the Clock Tower on the 4th day, I prepared myself. I sped up time and got to the final day, making my way to the observatory. As I got to the telescope room and approached the astronomer, he would not let me look into the telescope. He told me it would be cheating and that I should follow the rules. Despite my repeated efforts, the game would not let me do the 4th day glitch, no matter how hard or what I tried. I tried working around the game and doing the glitch, but it was adamant this time. Regardless of it, I simply had the illusion of free will in the prior games. This time, the game became more aggressive than anything I've ever seen. It eventually told me to go to Akani Canyon, where the game would end up and it would stop haunting me. Anxious and desperate to end this nightmare, I played the Song of Soaring and ended up there. I was told to check my inventory, that I would find the answers there and end the game. I arrived at Ikani Canyon and saved my progress at the owl statue. As I searched through my inventory, I finally noticed that I was missing a reoccurring song, The Eulogy of Emptiness. Obviously, once I traveled there and learned the song, I suppose that was the last thing it needed before Ben decided it had enough fun playing with me. Ben is a manipulator. He tries to fool his victims into security, makes you drop your guard like a Venus flytraps. He ensnares them. I am nothing but a puppet to him. He enjoys seeing what kind of human emotions he can tap into by doing different things. There are still some things about this whole experience that still don't make sense. But then again, I never was good at figuring out these things, and I'm not exactly in the right state of mind to. I'm giving you all the pieces of the puzzle for you to analyze and piece together the missing links. I'm typing these closing thoughts on the library computer on campus, and I've emailed myself the notes. I have stored my infected computer from the last 4 days. I'm then going to combine these copy paste these notes with the closing openings that I have typed here on the safe public computer into the text doc. I'm not taking any chances spreading Ben. I would not wish the horrible torment on anyone, but I've made sure to have my bases covered here. I didn't run into any problems with Ben when I was back on my computer trying to email myself the notes, right under his fucking nose. He had no idea what he just let me do. He had no problem opening the text document from my infected computer in my email either. I can't describe to you how it feels to finally be able to get the word out in this post. The nightmare ends here. That said, do not download any of my videos or anything about my videos through a YouTube video / audio ripper, a screen grab, whatever. I don't know what he can spread, but I know that just watching them on YouTube or reading my texts won't be able to allow him to spread. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed my help in the first place. But I strongly recommend you do not take anything you see streaming online onto your own personal computer. This will be my last post. I'm putting up on this forum here for the world. If you see any future posts from me after today's current date, September 12th, and after the current time, 12:08 a.m., discredit them. It already has proven to me that Ben can access my account and passwords and manipulate my computer. And like I said, I have no idea to what extent it can do this. But know that I will do anything to break free. He is desperate. To ensure your safety, just forget about me. Please. And obviously this goes without saying, but from here on out, do not download any images I may have put up. Any files, anything. This 5th day will be my last day. I'm going to burn this cartridge and then come back to destroy my laptop. Again, even though I don't know any of you, this sort of bittersweet for me. This semester, I really didn't have any friends. Or rather, I stopped paying attention to them. But I suppose I'm partly to blame, because I am a genius who picked to live in a single... I suppose someone to get a hold of me and save me before I got too immersed into this game would have literally saved my life. However, it proved too much for me. I'm just glad it would happen to me and I could get the warning out so that Ben dies here. Lastly, thank you for taking the time to open this and open yourselves up to me by hearing my story. Despite maybe not believing me, you didn't have to do that. Really, you shouldn't have. Your support this entire time has kept me going. Now I'm finally free of this. Thank you again, Jayusable. And there's one last little bit. Exactly 108 minutes later, a new video was uploaded to Jayusable's account, simply titled Free. Jayusable changed his YouTube profile picture and added the quote, "Now I'm everywhere," to his profile. Viewers were made to draw their own conclusion as to what this video signified. Did you catch on that he didn't actually have a roommate?
Yeah.
That it was probably Ben.
Yeah.
Man, that's a long one.
Yeah. You did good though.
Oh, thank you. I tried. I love that story. I really do.
Monkas.
Oh my god. That took a lot out of me. Holy shit. That was so long. Oh my god.
But who was phone?
Oh. It's a good thing these next two stories aren't that long.
Yeah, mine's a little longer, but it's not the longest. I think my longest one was Sonic.exe.
Probably.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sonic.exe, oh my god, they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Sonic.exe definitely took some inspo from
yeah,
Ben Drowned.
Dude, a lot of kind of suspiciously, not even suspicious. It's like a fact. He couldn't have not. Even the phrasing or the pattern of how he said things, especially at the beginning of Ben Drowned, that first chapter was heavily inspired. Or Sonic.exe was heavily used Ben Drowned as inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben Drowned kind of set the mold for cursed games, creepypastas. Yeah, it really did. And then the next two arcs are fucking crazy. Things get crazy with that. The Moon Children, it's a whole fucking cult. And then the Awakening, it gets fucking crazy. This dude, I don't know how he thought of this shit, but It gets fucking crazy. And there's even more videos.
I'm not even gonna read it. I'm gonna wait until we stream about it so I can just experience it with everyone else. Unless you want me to read it so that I can read parts of it and you don't have to read the whole thing.
Maybe. I don't remember those parts as well. Yeah. I feel like since they came out later too, they aren't as well known. Yeah, Ben Drowned.
At part 1. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I really, really have to pee, and I promise this will be my last time going to the bathroom.
Go ahead, go potty.
But hey, I did not take a bathroom break at all reading that. You should be proud of me.
I am proud of you.
Ugh. You need to drink something since you're way more sick than I am.
Alright, I'm drinking right now.
Hey,
everybody pees, yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Sorry if you could hear my water noises. I forgot to mute. Yes, hydrate. I know. I forget, but Lila is reminding me, so I'm good. So, the next story is my story. It's the Nina the Killer one, but it's kind of like a spin-off / inspired by Jeff the Killer. If y'all know Jeff the Killer. Drink more water. Mick Jenkins, probably. If someone is like, OMG streamer, how dare you have a normal bodily function? I'll fight him. True. Yeah, everyone pees. Everyone has to go to the bathroom. So, you can't be mad if someone has to go to the bathroom on stream. That just doesn't make sense. I don't ever have to go to the bathroom, but that's because I don't drink water. So, I guess that's something I need to work on. I've drank half a bottle of water, which is way more than I usually drink. So, also, I don't know if you noticed, but I did flicker in the Ben Drowned meme with the Link statue at some points. Lila did not notice because she was not watching the screen. She was reading. But, yeah, I tried. Hopefully she doesn't care that I did that. It's a meme. She can't care. It's funny. Hello.
Hi.
I didn't start this story. I was just talking. One of my fave things about Coco's old streams was her getting yellow super chats during bathroom breaks. Also, I loved that you did that. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad.
What?
I added some memeage during your.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How I do, you know.
Yeah. I had to turn on a lamp out in the living room. I was like, it's a bit dark out there.
I get that.
Oh.
That's funny.
So.
It was it was tasteful memeage. True.
Good. Did you drink any water?
I did. I've drank half the bottle of water.
Oh, good.
So that's pretty good for me. And I had a sip of Gatorade, of the cucumber Gatorade.
Okay.
Yeah. Illuminate where you walk. Oh, hi,
It's smart to have a light on. Always be safe. Yes. Secure your rational
It's smart to have a light on. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. So we have 2 more.
Yeah. And then the tier list.
Creepypastas. Yeah, and then the tier list.
If any of y'all have been here since the beginning, y'all know that I'm putting Sonic at the bottom, because trash.
Oh my god, Ben Drowned just took a lot out of me. I'm so happy that my next one's short.
Yeah, I'm glad it is too, because it was like a long for you. Yeah, the writing? No, not Sonic the game. Sonic.exe, the creepypasta. Sonic the game as a whole is fantastic. I am a huge Sonic fan.
We consider the creepypasta separate from the game, especially since they were created by 2 different people, and the creator of the creepypasta is
trash.
Is trash.
His writing's trash, and he's trash.
He's a trash human being. He's the scum of the earth.
And he's also really bad at writing. Anyways, on to the next one, which is mine.
Hold on. Before you start
Fake
that,
fan. The OG creepypasta sucks.
She read it earlier.
Yeah, it was bad.
She read it earlier.
I like the game. I was talking about just Sonic games in general. Like,
yeah. We do have some important announcements about the podcast for the future at the end here, so try to stick with us. I know we've been streaming for a while.
This is gonna be the longest stream almost. I mean,
it's all because of Ben Drowned.
Yeah, it really is. It is all Ben Drowned.
But hey,
it's so bad. It's
I'm
good.
proud of myself.
Subathon. No, we couldn't.
No. But we do have some exciting
we're switching
information.
some stuff up. We're experimenting a little.
Yeah,
Ben Drowned is blessed though. Yes, true.
Yes, I am obsessed with Ben Drowned, and like the Majora's Mask in general is like really creepy, and for a Zelda game, so then that just like adds to it. Oh, I love it. Anyway, yeah, we have some collabs we're gonna announce at the end too. So yeah, please stick around. Ben Drowned is good. Just tough to read out in one go.
Yeah, she was going to try to do all of it, like every single part, and it couldn't have happened.
Yeah, when I started practicing reading out loud, I only made it halfway through the Moonchild arc, which is the second arc, and I was like, yeah, fuck no. No. I just said that too out. Yeah, definitely.
I would have had to read like way more stories to fill in the gaps of the time that it would take for you to read Ben Drowned.
Yeah, that'd be so much. Yeah,
no, we'll do it later.
Yeah,
we'll do other parts later.
I replaced it with a different creepypasta that actually used to terrify me as a kid. So I'm excited to read that. But first, Sero is reading Nina the Killer, which I have not heard at all.
Yeah,
before.
I hadn't heard this one either. I've heard of
this.
Jeff the Killer, but this is like a spin-off of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, not in one stream.
Yeah, no. Okay, you can start when you're ready. I'm gonna take a sip of water.
I took cough drops while you were telling Ben Drowned, so hopefully I will be fine. Okay. So this is Nina the Killer. I heard recently that there is a new killer. I was surprised when I heard it for the first time. I first thought that it was just a crazy fan of Jeff the Killer because of her appearance. But after doing a thorough investigation, I discovered that it was worse than a monster. Things didn't go well after that. I read it from a local newspaper. Strange and unexplained murders have increased for several months. They had investigated that the suspect was a killer. The investigators found a witness who said that it's not only one killer, but 2. He said that both of them are attacking different cities. It is still unknown if they work together or separately, but luckily I was able to find another witness from the hospital. He told me what happened. Here's what the witness said. It happened one night, the guy narrated. I was walking from my work to home and I was alone in the street. Then I decided to take a shortcut because I want to get home quickly, but it was a big mistake. When I was already halfway to my home, I began to feel that I was being watched, and I heard footsteps. I turned quickly, making sure that a thief was not following me, but I found nothing. So I just thought it was just my imagination. I continued walking, but the feeling of being watched became stronger, and I heard footsteps close. I noticed something approaching then. Suddenly, I saw a black-haired girl with a magenta streak in her hair. She looked like she was about 16 or 17, though her face did not look like a human. Her skin was very pale, and her eyes looked at me with the thirst of blood. She had eyes that are very wide with a strange, disturbing look. Her smile was so dark, and I was afraid. I stood still for a minute. I felt great fear running through my body. She didn't say any word. She just stood there for what seemed like an eternity. And finally, the girl just gave a speech as she moved her head to one side in the way that a psychopath would. I immediately felt nervous. "Go to sleep, my prince." Then I quickly ran in the opposite direction. I ran as fast as I could, but it was not enough as she was too fast. Then suddenly, oh, are we buffering? No? Okay, we were buffering. Then I suddenly could feel her dark presence, followed by a sharp stab through my arm. I fell to the ground with a groan of pain. Then she released a hysterical laugh. She used her knife and stabbed into my shoulder. She managed to slice off my shirt, making my stomach bleed, but luckily I heard the voice of a policeman come down the alley. He was holding a gun, but the girl just smiled, and the police fired several bullets in her direction. The girl avoided it rapidly, and she ran quickly while laughing. I saw her climbing one of the houses, then she disappeared. I was never able to forget that face, let alone that laugh. After my interview with him, the young man was found dead in his house. His body was chopped into pieces. It was full of blood everywhere, and the room where the body was found had a message on the wall, written with blood, that said, "You didn't go to sleep, my prince." That's the beginning news arc. Now this is the origin of Nina the Killer.
Okay. Jeez.
I always,
Creepy.
yeah. All right. Nina Hopkins is an 11-year-old who transferred to a new school so that she could be closer to her home. One Sunday morning, a day before her first day at her new school, she woke up and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. She went back to bed and took her laptop to connect to the Wi-Fi. Nina was not the type of girl that is very cheerful. She was not the type of girl that would open the window and let the light in her room and do something productive. No, she just enjoys sitting down to watch anime or listen to music like rock, J-pop, or K-pop, playing video games, or just play guitar.
Let's go!
Bro, this is me. Me. Oh no. No light. K-pop, playing video games, play guitar. Oh no. I didn't realize this is me.
Don't turn into a killer.
Who knows? I mean, I already got the dryer set up. I'm ready. So she liked to be by herself and loved her family and friends. But this time she did not want to do any of the things that is considered normal. This time she wanted to read Jeff the Killer, creepypasta, for the 1000th time. She adored him. It was her favorite. She felt a strange attraction to him. She had an admiration for him more than anything. Every time she read it, she felt a strange desire, but she didn't know why she enjoyed this strange desire. There we go. When she started to read, the door suddenly opened. She quickly saw her little brother Chris and his beautiful green eyes. Nina thinks Chris is her prince. She loved calling her little brother Prince because when she was just little, her mother would always tell her fairy tales when it's bedtime. She liked the type of stories and thinks the princes in the fairy tales look like her little brother Chris. Chris has dark black hair, fair skin, and light green eyes like his late father. However, Nina has light brown hair, fair skin, and light blue eyes like her mother. "Sis, it's time to eat," said the child with an innocent smile. "I'm going, my prince." She pinched the cheeks of her little brother. She left her laptop on the bed and went to eat. The next morning, Nina and Chris went to school. Nina got up and dressed in a shirt that was her favorite and took her bag. She felt something strange, like a strange desire. She did a strange little smile that formed on her mouth. Suddenly, she heard her mother's voice, and she was in reality again. And she immediately took the bag and completely ignored what happened, the strange feeling. She quickly went downstairs. "Are you both ready for school?" asked the mother. "Yes," they both responded. "Well, good luck in school," and her mother went back to the kitchen. "Bye, Mom," they both responded. They walked to the school because Nina thinks taking a bus is annoying. They both went their separate ways. Nina went to the high school, while her little brother went to elementary school. Nina didn't really like attending classes because she thinks it's boring. When the siblings finished taking classes, they both decided to find a quiet place to eat without having to worry that students are playing around them. So she found a garden behind the school where there were no people, no teachers, no students. They sat and ate, thinking they would have a peaceful breakfast, but then they heard footsteps. Nina looked up and met a girl much older than her. She had black hair. Well, what do we have here? New students, announced the girl. My name is Claudia, and I rule at this school, and if you do not obey what I say, you will suffer, she said as she pulled a knife from her jeans. Then suddenly, why the knives? Why the knives?
Why do these kids have knives and guns and all this shit? What the fuck, man?
I don't know.
Jesus, you can totally tell this got inspo from the Chef the Killer.
Yeah. And I'm kind of editing it while I'm reading it because the writing is like abysmal. I can't read it like it's written, so I'm editing as I read. Okay.
I feel that.
Then suddenly 2 guys came out from a nearby tree. They were known as Malcolm and Yoni. Nina sat up quickly and stood in front of Chris to protect him. Hey, we don't want any trouble. We just want a peaceful breakfast, Nina clarified. I see, but you shouldn't be here. This area is ours, Claudia said as she approached them. That's stupid. You have no right to make us go away, said Chris while confronting Claudia, but Yoni punched him in the stomach. Chris collapsed, but Nina quickly held him. Chris, said Nina while holding him in her arms. Well, if you don't want to be next, I recommend you obey and get out of here, claimed Claudia while pointing the knife at Nina's face. Nina did nothing but punch Claudia straight in the mouth. Claudia collapsed to the ground. Nina took Claudia's knife and stabbed her in the shoulder. Bro, this is Jeff the Killer. What the... Then Nina gave a strong kick on the crotch of Malcolm. He quickly fell down to the ground, but Nina didn't stop. She released several kicks into the boy's face. The boy's face was now full of wounds and blisters. He had a nosebleed. Yoni became frightened when he saw how Nina attacked Claudia and Malcolm. He ran away, but Nina immediately noticed, and she quickly ran after him. She used Claudia's knife and quickly lunged at the boy, targeting his stomach. Nina! She heard the voice of her little brother. Nina immediately turned, and she got confused as to why her little brother had a very surprised look on his face. Nina decided to let Yoni go and stepped back. She looked at her blood-stained hands. She felt like a monster, but she had to admit that her killer side was extremely good. She turned back to her brother. Her brother was surprised at what he saw. He was shocked. Nina ran to him and took his arm. Come on, we can't be here for so long. Then they left the garden. After that, Nina went to wash her hands. She knew she must avoid telling somebody, she knew she must avoid telling anybody or ever mentioning what happened. Her little brother Chris thought it was just self-defense, but she knew something else was going on there. She knew that this is literally the same. She knew that was something stronger and horrible starting to form inside her. That feeling of being powerful and strong. The need to hurt someone. The day passed quickly, and when the siblings returned, they sat down to eat with their mother. Well, how was school? Asked their mother with a sweet smile. Chris stayed quiet and didn't answer. Great, Nina commented with a psychotic smile. Nina went upstairs after eating and opened her closet, revealing her collection of Jeff the Killer. She had several Jeff posters, Jeff clothing, and some Jeff notebooks, Jeff dolls, and Jeff stuffed animals. She took a doll from her closet and put it in her bed. She looked at the doll. She couldn't tell if the doll's sinister smile intimidated her or amused her. Then she whispered, Jeff, you made me do this. After the incident, Malcolm and Claudia were found unconscious, but they didn't find the culprit. They also had no idea that Nina was the one who did it, an 11-year-old girl. So she had the advantage to avoid suspicion, and since it happened the first day of school, many couldn't tell if Nina was there, because a lot of people didn't know much when it comes to new students, and it didn't gain much attention. Also, a lot of students didn't know whether it happened on the first day of school or not. What is this writing? One day, Nina opened her locker. She found a note which said, I know what you did, but don't worry. I won't tell anyone. You're very skillful, but also very dangerous. Nina didn't find a signature or anything to identify who wrote the note, but she knew that someone saw her, but decided not to reveal his name. Meanwhile, Nina's sanity didn't improve, and she took a knife in the kitchen and hid it in her pocket while sleeping in the room with her brother and mother. One day when Chris was playing with his new friends in the park, Nina's mother, whose name is Monica, noticed that it was getting dark, so she asked her daughter to tell her brother that they were going home. Nina went to look for her brother, but didn't see where he went. She became worried, so she went over to his friends and asked where her little brother was. They responded that a black-haired girl took him. Nina became very worried and went home to take the knife in her room that she hid so that mother wouldn't find about it.
This
writing
dying
is so
because of the
bad.
writing.
I can't. I'm trying to edit it as much as possible, but it's really bad. It's like worse than Sonic.exe. Like it's really trash. How many more pages of this do I have? Oh my gosh, I have 3, 4. Okay.
Jeez.
It's fine. Okay, let me find where I was. It's so bad. It really is. Okay. Where was I? Okay, yeah, I found it. She was really worried. And went home to take the knife in her room that she hid so that mother wouldn't find about it. Nina spent a lot of time finding him. She was getting desperate, and she hoped that her little brother was in a safe place. She saw a car coming. The door of the car opened. She saw something that was thrown away on the ground. She was surprised that it was Chris who was on the ground. Then she heard laughter coming from the car before the car went away. Nina quickly held Chris in her arms. Her little brother was brutally beaten and his clothes were ripped apart. Chris, what happened? She exclaimed while holding the small body of her brother. Nina had me to play, said Chris while trying to speak to Nina. Nina tried to control something that was screaming inside over and over and over again. She felt that she needed to control her anger. She took him to the hospital. Nina called her mother and informed her what happened to Chris. Her mother quickly went to the hospital. The doctor told them he had internal bleeding and swollen wounds. The mother of Nina began to cry, but Nina just kept quiet to the situation. She wanted to avoid hurting someone for revenge. Next day, Chris was released from the hospital, but the doctor told him to rest for 3 weeks. Nina didn't go to school because she wanted to take care of him. She would tell Chris some stories, and she would help him by making sure he would take some medications. Nina went to school again. She received a new note, which read, I'm sorry about your brother. Suddenly, I hope he recovers. You must never think you're alone. I'm here. I'll be your friend. Nina suddenly blushes after reading it. Oh my gosh, is this going to turn into a romance? Okay.
Oh, dear Lord.
It's abysmal. Okay. Okay. She checked the letter again, but didn't find a signature. Weeks have passed, and the arrival of the school's picture day, or the arrival of the school picture day arrived. There we go. Nina was ready for picture day. She wore a short black skirt, black stockings with deep red stripes, a sleeveless t-shirt that has black and blue stripes, and a bloody red ribbon in her long ponytail hair. But she felt that something was missing. So she looked in her closet for her favorite purple hoodie, which reminded her of Jeff the Killer's hoodie. So she put it on, and then she went downstairs and saw her little brother waiting, and they both left for the house and said goodbye to their mother and went to school. But this time they took the bus in order to avoid the trio on the road. So when they arrived at school, they saw the trio. Claudia, Malcolm, and Yoni are walking in the hallway. They seemed to be searching for someone, but Nina was aware that the trio were searching for her and her brother. So the siblings decided to stay away from the hallway and avoid them. The day passed quickly, but unfortunately the trio found them. Nina felt that she is being followed. When she turned her face when she turned around, she received a punch in the face and fell to the ground. She saw her brother caught in the arms of Malcolm. Nina tried to get up, but she received another punch to the abdomen. She fell back to the ground and looked up. She saw Claudia. "At last I have found you, bitch," said Claudia while standing in front of Nina. "This is my revenge for attacking me last time," she said while pulling a gun. Bro, this is the same. "I don't want to fight you," Nina said while trying to stand up. Claudia immediately shot Nina using her gun, but Nina quickly reacted to it and avoided the bullet because she's a ninja. It doesn't say she's a ninja, but
I was like, what the fuck?
And she avoided the bullet. Nina stood up and ran as fast as she can to an abandoned house nearby. It was locked, so she climbed up the stairs. The trio tried to shoot her with lots of bullets, but they couldn't successfully shoot her. Nina went inside the bathroom and was trapped there. She wanted something to defend her. "Nina, are you gonna stay there? Did you forget at what I did to your little brother? You idiot!" Okay, Claudia shouted from outside the abandoned house. Nina suddenly felt a combination of hatred and anger, and that need to kill someone. She looked around the room. She saw an iron rod. A twisted smile formed on her face. She took the iron rod and left the room. She quickly dodged the bullets and hit Yoni through the head, releasing a stream of blood. Some of the blood went on Nina's face, and that something changed her. Something in her broke, like a thin thread had broken, the thread that divides sanity from insanity. Malcolm and Claudia took a few steps back. Nina turned in their direction, showing a psychotic smile, making even Chris shiver with fear. Claudia tried to run along with Malcolm, but Nina hit Claudia in the head. She fell down, and Malcolm decided to release Chris from his hands, but Nina didn't stop the violence. She attacked Malcolm in the head a lot of times, and making his head full of crimson blood. Claudia tried to get her gun in the ground, but Nina prevented her. Nina pointed her iron rod to Claudia. "Nina, do you feel good?" Chris said as he felt afraid for his big sister. Nina turned her face to him with a little more relaxed look, but she didn't stop smiling. "Do I feel good? I feel great, my prince. Let's go home," Nina said to her little brother. They returned home. Her mother saw Nina was covered in blood, so Nina quickly went to her room. Nina grabbed her laptop and wrote a note that perhaps no one will ever read. It was midnight. Again with the midnight. The mother of Nina and her brother were sleeping. However, Nina could not sleep, so she got up. She looked in the mirror and smiled in a twisted way, went downstairs, ready to do the craziest thing in her life. She walked in the kitchen, drank a bottle of vodka, put it on the table. Then she started to search for a bottle of bleach in the cabinets, but she didn't find any bleach. And then she groaned, "Where is the bleach?" And then, "Are you looking for these?" Nina heard a voice behind her. She turned around and she was surprised to find a guy at the entrance of the kitchen. He was holding a bottle of bleach.
Please don't tell me this is like Jeff the Killer helping her out.
I think so. The boy had extremely pale skin, his hair was black, and he had a disturbing smile.
Yep.
"You're Jeff the Killer," Nina said. "I have been observing you for a while. I think you have become a killer like me." This is just fan fiction. What the fuck?
I was gonna say,
this is reader insert fan fiction.
Fan fiction. Yeah.
Oh my
Technically,
gosh.
it's an original character.
It's reader insert. Let's be honest. Whoever wrote this, reader insert.
Yeah, I write reader insert fan fiction all the time, so yeah,
that's not something I have ever delved into. Okay, where was I? Oh, right. So I need that bottle of bleach. Let me help you, Jeff said as he opened the bottle and poured the bottle of bleach on Nina's head. Then Nina felt another liquid running through her head. She looked up and saw Jeff had a matchbox in his hands. Oh, hello, Suno.
Hello.
You came in during the
that's so
cringiest
cute.
story we have. It's so
Yeah.
bad. It's so bad. What are
I'm
you?
curious though. Do they hook up? I want to know.
I don't know. Nina felt blah, blah, blah. Nina had smiled at him. What are you waiting for? Do it, Nina said with passion. Jeff grinned and he threw the burning match in her face. Go to sleep,
God.
Jeff said, as Nina's face began to catch on fire. The flame started to spread around Nina's face. She screamed loudly. It was very painful for her. She looked around, but Jeff disappeared. She collapsed on the floor. Her mother and brother quickly going downstairs. Both of them immediately used a bucket of water to put out the fire. When the fire on her face was gone, her mother called the ambulance, but a lot of neighbors came to their house since they heard Nina scream. Nina fell unconscious when they put her on a stretcher and took her on the ambulance. Among the neighbors, there was a boy that has black hair, pale skin, and green eyes. His height is slightly higher than Nina. The boy looked at her with some concern, but he doesn't know he can help her. How he can help her? Know how? I don't know what that says. The boy watched as they put Nina in the ambulance. She woke up after being unconscious in the ambulance, tried to move on her own, but the bandages prevented her from moving. Suddenly, a nurse came with her mother and her little brother. It will be better if you stay still. You shouldn't move around. This is the same nurse. Is this the same nurse from Jeff the Killer?
Dude, that'd be fucking crazy if it was.
Her mother and little brother came to her and encouraged her that it was going to be okay. After 1 month of recovery in the hospital, the doctor decided that it was time to take off the bandages. Well, Miss Nina, the burns were not severe. You still had most of your face structure, including your nose, but if the fire on your face kept burning, your face would have suffered great damage, the doctor said while removing the last bandage on her face. When the last bandage was finally removed, Nina's mother was terrified at what she saw, while her little brother was hiding behind her mother. What is it? Nina said while getting up from the hospital bed. She ran towards the mirror. Her face, it was very different from before. Her skin had turned completely white. Her hair used to reach to her knees, but now it was only to her back. Her skin was very soft like a marshmallow, but her family was very surprised at her new face. You still look as beautiful as before, Chris said, but the child knew that he lied to his big sister because he actually felt afraid from his sister's disturbing face. Oh, Chris, you're so nice, Nina said while looking at him in a way so disturbing. I can't even decipher what that says. But I want to be more beautiful, Nina shouted. Her strange behavior confused the mother and brother, but it also made the doctor confused. This face is perfect. Oh, my dear Jeff, you gave me this beautiful face.
Oh my god.
Doctor, is my daughter okay? Nina's mother asked. Well, usually things go well after a lot of resting, but if her mental health doesn't improve, I'll give her a psychotherapy. Bro, what? I'll give her a psychotherapy. This cringe is too much for me, personally. It's too much. Oh, it's gotta be lowest tier. It's lowest. Okay, I understand. Oh, one more page. Yes, okay. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness. Sure. Oh, wait, no. We have to go now, Nina's mother said. Ha, sure. Nina said while looking her face in the mirror. The nurse handed her clothes, which were her purple hoodie with short black skirt and black stockings with deep red stripes. Nina dressed up and left the hospital. She went home. She doesn't know that she had become a monster that will kill anyone. They came to the house. Nina kept smiling in a disturbing way. She noticed the boy in one of the windows of the house. He had black hair and green eyes. He was watching her, but quickly disappeared. That night, Nina's mother woke up after hearing the sobbing of a girl. Her mother gets up from bed and wanting to find the source of the loud noise. She walked quietly, saw the door of her daughter's room was open, went inside. It was very dark. She turned on the lights, and Nina's mother saw something terrible. Nina keeps stabbing a lifeless body of a girl. She keeps stabbing her with a kitchen knife while smiling. Her intestines and internal organs removed, and Nina put it on her bed. Her entire clothes were stained with blood. She stared at the ceiling. She used to bully me at school, Nina said, as she kept staring her eyes into the ceiling. Mommy, I'm becoming more beautiful, she exclaimed as she turned her head to her mother. Her face was really bad, her smile was shocking, and her eyes were very wide open. I got tired of being worried, I got tired of being sad and suffering all the time. Now I'll always smile, and people will see my beautiful face. This is the face that Jeff gave me. Am I beautiful, Mama? Nina asked her mother. Nina's mother could not help but take a few steps back, shaking her head. No, Nina, you've become a monster. You've killed someone. Nina's mother started running. Nina quickly followed her. Killing people when they run is funny, Nina said as she followed her mother. Nina's mother tried to run to Chris's room to wake him up, but when she was about to touch the knob of the door, Nina quickly stabbed her mother's skull with the knife, and her mother immediately fell to the ground. I'm kind of sad that Mom does not believe I'm beautiful. How sad. How sad, Nina said while pulling the knife out of her mother's head. Chris woke up in his room, feeling he was in danger and scared. Nina slowly opened the door, revealing her shadow. When Chris realized it was his sister, he took his sheets off to see. But when he saw his sister holding a knife, he became scared again and snuggled into his pillow. Chris, Nina said in a whispery tone. Then Nina asked her little brother a question. Am I beautiful? Nina asked him. Chris stayed quiet as he held tightly to his pillow. Oh, come on, Chris. I didn't do anything bad, Nina said. She hides her hands in her back, she hides her hands behind her back while crossing her fingers. It's a sign that Nina was lying to her little brother. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. You know, I feel much better now. Let's start a new life. Will you come with me? Nina said as she gets closer to Chris. Her little brother nods at her. Oh, good boy. If you want to join me, just go to sleep, my prince. Nina kicked the front door of the house, carrying her little brother on her back. Chris was dead. His dead body was smiling, a look of innocence, but his eyes were wide open, making him look still alive. But in reality, he's already dead. He was covered in blood and multiple stabs. Nina took a few steps out the entrance and slowly looked at her little brother. Chris, I'll kill more people and make them all sleep. She put her little brother down in the ground, then walked away to the streets. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
At least she didn't keep his eyes.
Dude.
Bro.
That was... it had, like, high ratings, dude. How did this have high ratings? It's literal trash. Like, I cannot believe I just read that. I wasted how many minutes of my life reading that?
I don't even know, bro.
That was really bad, honestly. I mean, it was kind of funny bad at parts.
Yeah.
Parts of it were funny, so I guess it's not totally worth this. But, yeah, no. I was expecting more. I was excited for this one. I read parts of it.
I was too.
And I knew that it was, like, grammatically incorrect sometimes, but I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that just comes with the territory, I feel like, with creepypastas and anything written
they're
on the
hit or
internet.
miss. They're hit or miss, and this one was leaning towards the miss category. But Jeff the Killer was way better than that.
Yeah. Okay, last one, and this one's a hell of a lot shorter.
Yeah, thank God.
So, this story actually used to give me nightmares. I was afraid of it for a very long time. And coming back to it and reading it again, I'm like proud of myself. I've you know, this has been a hurdle that I have conquered in my life. But fun fact, there's actually a bunch of like movies and short films and stuff based off of this. So, totally check this out if you haven't already. But this one is The Smiling Man, going with that smile theme. Oh, God. About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major city in the US. I've always been a night person, so I'd often find myself bored after my roommate, who was decidedly not a night person, went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spend the time thinking. I spent 4 years like that, walking alone at night, and never once had a reason to feel afraid. This person must be a guy. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Okay.
That just made me cough so much.
I'm
Laughing.
sorry. Okay, I'll keep reading.
I'll drink water.
I used to always joke with my roommate that even the drug dealers in the city were polite. But all of that changed in just a few minutes of one evening. It was a Wednesday, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning. I was walking near a police-patrolled park, quite a ways away from my apartment. It was a quiet night, even for a weeknight, with very little traffic and almost no one on foot. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short-sighted street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street, on my side, was the silhouette of a man, dancing. It was a strange dance, similar to a waltz, but he finished each box with an odd forward stride. I guess you could say he was dance walking, headed straight for me. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. The closer he got, the more I realized how gracefully he was moving. He was very tall and lanky, and wearing an old suit. He danced closer, still until I could make out his face. His eyes were open wide and wild, head tilted back slightly, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. Between the eyes and the smile, I decided to cross the street before he danced any closer. I took my eyes off of him to cross the empty street. As I reached the other side, I glanced back. And then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me, but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again, but kept my eyes on the man. He didn't move. Once I had put about half a block between us, I turned away from him for a moment to watch the sidewalk in front of me. The street and the sidewalk ahead of me were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest moments, I felt relieved. Until I noticed him. He had crossed the street. It was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance and the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I'd looked away for him for no more than 10 seconds, so it was clear that he had moved fast. I was so shocked that I had stood there for some time, staring at him. And then he started moving toward me again. He took giant, exaggerated, tiptoed steps, as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone. Except, he was moving very, very quickly. I'd like to say at this point I ran away or pulled out my pepper spray or my cell phone or anything at all, but I didn't. I just stood there, completely frozen, as the smiling man crept toward me. And then he stopped again, about a car length away from me, still smiling his smile, still looking to the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to ask was, "What do you want?" in an angry, commanding tone. What came out was a whimper. What? Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid. But he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there, smiling. And then, after what felt like forever, he turned around, very slowly, and started dance walking away. Just like that. Not wanting to turn my back to him again, I just watched him go. Until he was far enough away to almost be out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore. Nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger. He was coming back my way, and this time he was running. I ran too. I ran until I was off the side road and back onto a better lit road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me then, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home, I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his stupid smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk. He didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly insane. And that's a very, very scary thing to see. Okay. All done. Wait, I can't hear you.
Oh, I was muted. I forgot. Sorry. I said that it was much better than Nina the Killer.
Dude, the smiling man fucked me up for so long. And when I see images of the smiling man, it still fucks me up.
I'm sorry.
This one gets me.
I think the image for the tier list is the image.
It's fine. It's okay. Oh god, I remember this. Oh my gosh. Okay.
But I guess I should. Do you want me to readjust the scene for the tier list?
Oh yeah, let's do the tier list. So now we're gonna do the tier list. With,
Let me get rid of Shady and the meme.
Yes.
Goodbye, Shady.
We have memes to represent each story.
I'm gonna get rid of the
again.
table and the mics.
After the tier list, we have a couple updates that we're gonna share about the podcast.
And chat, you guys can go up here for right now. There we go.
I'm excited to see what you created this time.
Okay, so we got Sonic.exe. This.
Are you gonna? Okay, there we go.
Can you see
it?
Oh
my god!
Can you see it? Okay, and then we have. Oh, I did not do the right one first. This is the disappearance of Ashley, Kansas.
I love this. Let me see.
That one's creepy. It's not really a meme. I had some creepy ones.
Perfect.
I had creepy ones and then meme ones. Oh, and then this is the Slender mom in a nutshell. And then we have this one, Jeff the Killer. How most of my friends see Jeff the Killer go to sleep with the book. How I see Jeff the Killer.
Dude, his face.
Slenderman. Wait, I gotta. Oh, my computer is becoming scuffed. No.
Dude, I'm gonna have to watch anime after this episode.
I'm probably gonna play Overwatch, honestly. Okay, and then we got. Oh yes, this one I moved because I was memeing it while I was talking. Oh wait, how do I do this? Haha. Mom, can we have Link? No, we have Link at home. Link at home. It's the Ben Drowned statue.
Yes, I love it. Oh my god. Yes.
I popped that on your face when you glitched at
Did
batteries.
you really?
Yeah, at batteries request at double A's request.
Oh my god. You
And
know, I downloaded that document to my computer and my boyfriend's computer, so you know.
Neem the killer. The
In
trash.
a nutshell.
The trash.
Neem
Trash
the
memed
killer.
to fit the trash. That was that story. And then this is sorry if it's true.
God. No! It's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Does anyone else feel that pain? Or is it just me?
I'm glad.
They are fantastic.
Every time we do a tier, every time I'm gonna meme them. So, every time,
Yes,
including
I love
any of the ones that we're doing next month.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You need to catch up on
Yeah, I know.
on the show.
Yeah, I know. I'm on episode 5.
Dude. I'm already like almost to episode 30.
What?
I have
Okay.
no life.
Yeah, to be fair, we have different schedules.
Yeah.
I will try to be quicker though. I don't work tomorrow, so I'll watch them all day
I was gonna say,
tomorrow.
there's like, what, 241 episodes or something?
Dude,
You gotta catch up.
I've binged shows before. I know how to do this shit, okay? I can do
Lucky
it.
for you.
Also, I
In
don't
the
need
comments,
sleep.
there's timestamps.
I don't
You
need sleep, bro.
Oh my god, you do need sleep. You're sick.
Yeah, all memes in the middle.
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, do we want to start with the ones we're most obvious about, or are we... Oh, wait, also, let me hide you for a second, / the memes.
Yeah, so we could see the,
what the... Yeah. Okay, let me hide Kansas and
Bye-bye.
Sonic, and then let me hide you for a moment. Sorry.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there we go. So, we got top tier. This one will creep me out for eternity.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got, this one is scary enough to make me look under my bed.
I'll be doing that tonight.
And then pretty spooky. Could be spookier. Not spooky, really, but not trash. And then we just have trash.
Lila, no.
Okay, she's back. She's back. Send Lila to the Shadow Realm.
Shadow Realm.
Sad times. Wait, I just made you disappear again. I didn't even mean to. I'm sorry.
Bro!
Disappearing Ashley, Kansas.
Oh, Jesus.
Speaking of, that's the first one.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't necessarily think I'd put it top tier myself.
I don't either. I don't
put
think
it
it's
probably
like, I think they're scarier.
Yeah.
But it does have a good, like, chill to it, I guess you could say. I'm thinking
pretty spooky.
either pretty spooky. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Pretty spooky.
I agree with that.
I love that story so much. It's one of my favorite creepypastas. I know not everybody was here when I read it earlier, but it is one of my favorites. It is so good.
We'll link the creepypastas in the VOD on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you
oh my gosh!
I also might tweet them at some point. If anyone wants to read them themselves.
People missed my sheriff.
Yeah, they missed your sheriff voice and my little kid voice.
And your little kid voice.
Yeah.
My sheriff. Ma'am? Ma'am.
Just be calm now, ma'am.
Ma'am? Stay calm.
It was so good. You did so... Oh, wait, I thought I was frozen. We're good. I'm not frozen.
Ma'am? Hello? Okay. Moving on. Sonic.exe is absolute trash.
Trash. It can stay where it is, bro. It's trash.
Yes.
Trash. Oh,
yes.
bro, stay there. All right, Slenderman.
Slenderman. Huh.
I don't know if I think it could be spookier.
I do think it could be spookier too.
I think the game is spookier than the creepypasta.
Pasta, yeah. I say could be spookier.
Okay. Let me my computer.
The Slender
Is
meme itself is S tier. Yes.
Yeah. I can send you Slender Mom later if you want, Enzo. I'll send it to you on Twitter.
Yes.
Jeff the Killer. I genuinely love this story, but it's not necessarily spooky.
I think oh god, the face. I think the end was pretty good.
Yeah.
There were parts in it where I was like, where the fuck are these little kids getting these fucking guns and shit?
Yeah,
like,
I know. They were like 12-year-olds. 12-year-olds with guns at a random like party, like a little kids party.
I could totally make a joke right now, but
do it.
I don't know.
Do it. Do it.
Well.
Do it. Do it.
Dude,
do
it just reminds me of like Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Oh no. That's too real. It's too real.
It is. It is. That's why I don't like going up to Chicago by myself.
Yeah. Whenever I'd visit my brother up there, it was, I mean, because he lived in the bad area, so it was always sketch.
Oh god.
Okay, so maybe, are we saying it's pretty spooky, or are we saying it's could be spooky? Are we saying it's higher than Ashley? Kansas? I honestly think it's like,
I feel like it's in between pretty spooky and this one is scary enough to make me look under my bed. Honestly, I would look under my bed for Jeff the Killer. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? We'll just put that. We'll put it under the bed one. Because you know what? I would too. Full send it. Okay, I will send it. I really will. Any memes that you want ever that I show on here, just tell me and I'll send them. I have them all filed, very organized in my meme folder. Very organized.
Yeah, she does.
They all have names, and I usually, if I know who made it, I'll credit them in the name so that I know who made the meme. Sometimes I don't know who made it though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Been Drowned. Honestly, I got shivers multiple times during that story.
It's so good. I love Ben Drowned.
I'm moving. Wrong person. Sorry. I'm not on the tier list. I am not a part of this. Unless.
Dude.
Unless I am a creepypasta.
No. Don't be Nina.
Oh gosh. Yeah, no, Nina was a little too close to home, honestly.
Ben Drowned to OP.
Exposed.
Honestly, Ben Drowned's definitely higher up on the list for me.
Yeah, I would put it either one of these two. I don't know if it would creep me out for eternity, but it did give me shivers. Like, I'd look under my bed. I mean, I wouldn't look under my bed. I'd look in my laptop for Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. This one is scary enough to make me look under my bed.
Neither killer is trash.
Yeah.
Literal trash. She's trash, bro. No questions asked.
Bro, she's gonna come for us now.
My mind. I'll tell you later.
Look in my save files for Ben. Save! Don't trust Ben for a second.
Never trust Ben. Sorry to the Bens in the chat if you're there. Sorry for the Bens.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry.
This one I also would say is like make me look under the bed.
Smiling Man.
Sorry, yeah. I just enlarged the image.
Dude, Smiling Man hits so close to home.
Do you want me to put him up here? Is he S tier creepy?
Okay. I don't think the story affects me how it did when I was a kid. the last one was good.
The smiling man.
Yeah, the smiling man. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I honestly don't think it's as creepy to me as it used to be.
Yeah.
It personally, for me, it will always creep me out for eternity. But I know, like, when I was reading through it again, I was like, okay, this wasn't as bad as I remember it. And when I was reading it to Anakin earlier, he was making fun of it. Bro, you should have seen it, dude. When I was talking about the tiptoe, like, running stride thing, he was trying to reenact it.
Oh, yes. I can picture that. I can picture that.
You're such a fucking jerk, dude.
Honestly, that's something I would do, too.
It gave me nightmares when I was younger. Fuck you. I feel like I'm too biased to make a final decision on this one, but either Under the Bed or Creep Me Out for Eternity. It will forever creep me out.
I'll put it up here for you. I'll put it up there for you.
Okay. The shortest one. Dude, you should see some of the, like, short films and, like, stuff that
I'm hiding us so that, we can take a picture of the tier list, and then...
Oh, okay.
There. And now I can bring everyone back. Oh, if I can figure out how to do that. Why are you not back? Oh, no. You've disappeared.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay, no karaoke right now. Let me find you again. Why is it not?
Not again. Yeah, no
Wait,
kidding.
Are you not? Why is it not showing you? Am I gonna have to do this? Cancel. Oh, you're back. You're back. You're back. You will be in a second. There we go.
There we go. Yay! Not the shadow rub again. No kidding.
I was there for a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna have to be there right now, actually.
Oh, I'll miss you. I'm not gonna do anything to save you, though. You have to save yourself.
Yeah, I'm the saver of this podcast. I'm the one that has to do all the tech. So.
Damn, even chat Sero sending everyone to the shadow realm.
Yeah, I know. Maybe the shadow realm is another word for the dryer that I send people to.
Oh my god.
Probably.
Jesus, not another one. I love it. I'm here for it. No.
Wait, am I? Okay, we're good. I'm back. Back from the shadow realm.
I missed you.
Hello.
Man, that was long. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was one of our longest ones.
Dude, yes, I had fun though.
I'm back. Yeah, no, this was. I loved this.
This was fun.
I loved reading them actually, except for Nina. Honestly, that one was really hard to read.
Which one was worse, Sonic.exe or Nina?
Honestly, Nina. The grammar in Nina was like way worse. Like the stylization of Sonic's was like really bad, and it was repetitive, and I hated it. But the grammar, of Nina, I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't. As like someone that like reads a lot,
yeah,
I couldn't do it.
I mean, you are the librarian after all.
I am the librarian, yes. So I've read a lot of trash books, and that's honestly the worst thing I've ever read. That's like published on the internet as of right now.
Damn, guys. I think Nina's gonna come for Sero.
I am Nina. I don't know what she thinks she's gonna try, but I am her. We do the same stuff. With the blacked out curtains in my room.
Bro.
She doesn't like the sunlight, me neither. We'll fight. I'm probably tanner than her though, because, you know, I'm half Mexican, so.
Yeah.
She does have me on the paleness. Can't relate completely to that. The Librarian versus the Shadow Realm.
I love that. It should be a mini-series.
Yeah.
Puppy,
get on that if you're here. If you're not, we'll send you a message on the Discord.
Yes. Best in
2172. Wow, you're revealing the secrets? the secret anime that's coming out in
Write a strongly
2172.
worded
Strongly
Oh.
worded letter.
Ugh. Okay. We
Okay,
got
now
a lot.
you have to do the closing.
Yeah. We got a lot to say before signing off here.
I can hide it no more.
Thank you so much for reading creepypastas with us today for the 4th episode of our live stream podcast series of Geektastic events. We do have a few. I can't even read what I wrote. What the fuck? We do have a few big announcements before we go.
Yes, hi YouTube, Enzo says.
For the month of November, we wanted to try out doing 2 weekly episodes. We figured now would be a great time to try it out before the busy season of December. We aren't sure if we'll continue that route of doing like 2 weekly episodes in the future, but we thought we'd give it a try for fun, you know?
Might as
So
well
we will be
see.
Yeah, might as well. So we will be doing episodes every Tuesday and Thursday in November, not including Thanksgiving. So keep your eyes out for our November schedule launching tomorrow.
Yep.
Now, we are excited to announce collabs with 2 very special people next month. Starting, oh my god, it just hit me like, oh my god,
Yeah,
November.
Yeah,
Holy
I know.
shit.
I know.
Holy fuck.
Double
Okay.
the scuff? Absolutely, all the time.
Yes. Starting Starting off the month of November on Tuesday the 1st, we have a special collab with someone who's in the chat right now.
Someone who's in the chat right now. Oh, I love the singing.
Who could it be? Who could it be? DBZ Nerdbot! I'm sorry.
The announcement.
This.
Oh wait,
This,
I can do that thing. How do I do that
yeah,
thing?
you can do the thing. Do the thing.
How
Do
do
the
I
thing.
do
Do the
it?
thing.
Shout.
I don't know. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do
I'm
the thing.
trying. I don't know if this is the right. How do I do this? Is it this? I don't think I did that right. Let me try again.
Wait, is it an exclamation point?
Maybe. Let me see.
Probably.
I did it last time, but I don't remember how I did it. No, it's the oh, I did the wrong way. Wrong way.
Oh.
Wrong way.
Okay.
I was right. I was just wrong. You know?
Yeah, I was right. I was just wrong.
Okay, this. Bam.
There
we go. I got it.
This episode will kick off Conspiracy Theory Week. We are doing Conspiracy Theory Week next week, as we discuss some mind-blowing cartoon and anime-related conspiracy theories. Our second guest is a close friend to both Sero and I. You might have heard us refer to him as Puppy during our streams. It's Andrew Plays. Or, that is not what his Twitch is.
Oh, Andrew plays games?
Yeah. Well, that's
Well,
not what his Twitch is either. But
well,
yeah,
he doesn't
yeah.
stream on Twitch anyway,
Yeah,
so.
I know. He will be joining us for a special 2-part episode on November 15th and 17th, as him and I try to turn Sero into a weeb.
Yes. The journey has begun.
Yes. With a classic, too. Not gonna reveal that just yet. As we sign off, don't forget to tune in next week for Conspiracy Week. Tuesday the 1st, again, is our cartoon and anime conspiracy episode with DBZ Nerd Boy. While Thursday the 3rd, we'll be doing a deep dive into one of our personal favorite conspiracy
childhood
theories.
Thing that we used to research all the time.
The Bermuda Triangle. So excited. We have done nothing to prepare for that.
We have done nothing. Yeah, but it's gonna be epic anyways.
Yes, of course. We will be posting our VODs on our YouTube channel, series of Geektastic events. We are still working out some bugs, but check out... I'm working out some bugs on the way I talk. Check out our Twitters for updates on when the VODs have been posted. You can also catch our updated schedules on
On the Bird app, I did that.
On the Bird app, and feel free to join our podcast Discord to chat and stay up to date. Found in the About section on Twitch and in the link tree in the chat. Happy Halloween!
Stay spooky.
spooky.